Winners of 4 in a row and now back home. The Oneonta Outlaws looking to win their 5th and 6th consecutive games as they play their first doubleheader of 2024. Welcome back to Outlaws pregame. My name is Colby Smith. The Oneonta Outlaws coming off a huge win on the road in the defending champions' house last night as we went up to Shuttleworth Park. And the Outlaws got the bats going early. They went a little cold after that first inning, but they got the job done nonetheless. Oneonta 10-4 victors at the Mohawks' house last night up at Shuttleworth Park in Amsterdam. 10 runs on just 5 hits. And Oneonta certainly didn't get the good end of things on the field last night as the scores for Amsterdam have the Outlaws finishing last night 4 errors. The Amsterdam Mohawks put up 4 runs on 10 hits and 1 error. And the Outlaws pitching staff, we talked about it with head coach Keaton Mark earlier, put them in a good position in a big way for this doubleheader today as they only had to use 3 arms to get through that game last night. Jordan Goebel goes 3 2/3 to start the game, gives up 4 hits, giving just 1 Amsterdam run as he walked 1 and struck out 2. Joel Hainer, absolutely electric coming out of the pen, 4 1/3, 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned with a walk and 2 strikeouts before Chris Ubner certainly made it interesting in the 9th inning, but he shut the door. Gets his first inning here of the summer with 1 hit, 1 run, 1 earned run as he walked 2 as well. The loss for Amsterdam in the score column went to Augusto as he didn't even make it through a third of an inning last night as he got pulled before an out was recorded. 3 hits, 7 Outlaws runs, all of which were charged as earned, and he walked 3. The Outlaws player of the game last night, none other than the birthday boy himself, Chase Armstrong, 1 for 3 at the dish, 3 RBIs as he had a bases clearing triple in the first inning that made it a 4-0 game into a 7-0 game. Also walked once and had a couple of good plays over at first, so we gave him the nod. And so without no further ado, we talked to Armstrong this afternoon. Hear from him now. Colby Smith back here on our pregame show with last night's player of the game, Chase Armstrong. Chase, now 4 wins in a row for this team. You guys are firing on all cylinders. What do you attribute this recent success to?
Our energy in the dugout's has been very good this past couple of days. We started out slow in the first game. We definitely picked it up in the past 4 games, yeah.
Well, and how do you feel like good solid 4 wins here this week against 4 really good teams helps you guys moving forward?
Definitely gives us a boost in confidence for sure. Confidence is definitely the key to keep on winning.
Well, and last night, I got to highlight that play in the first inning. You had that 3-run bases clearing triple. Was what really took the sails out of the Mohawks there in that first inning. Can you just kind of walk me through that play?
When they brought in the new pitcher, it was kind of just I knew that they were trying to get that the momentum back, so I was making sure that with the new pitcher that wasn't going to happen. So whenever he gave me a strike, I was definitely going to take it somewhere.
Well, and how do you feel like as a team that really boosts your confidence, because you mentioned confidence already, to get a pitcher pulled like that before he even records an out?
It definitely helped for sure because coming into that game, the best team supposedly in the conference definitely what was it?
Division?
Division champions from last year.
Right.
Definitely coming in and hitting off the starter for sure. Putting up that many in the first inning definitely boosted our team for that game for sure.
Well, and one thing that I know the boys were talking about on the bus last night, playing up there at Shuttleworth, the fans feel so close to you. That place is always loud. Yeah. How was it going into a building like that you guys aren't used to?
I mean, it was just another day playing some baseball, you know. Fans definitely there, but, you know, it's just some baseball.
Well, and how tough was it for you guys to adjust playing on a turf infield for the first time and playing on the road in conditions like having those 2 rain delays?
It's happened, you know. We've done it before. All of us have played throughout that, so it was just taking our past experiences and just taking that and moving forward from that.
Well, and you talked about the energy in the dugout. It seemed like looking down there at you guys in those rain delays last night, you guys were all happy and all smiles in those delays. What was kind of the message that the coaches had for you guys when you had those 2 breaks last night?
It was kind of just like stay on point, stay focused, you know, and kind of just go out there and keep doing what we're doing.
Well, and Keaton and Josiah said that they've been preaching early swing and counts and trying to make sure that you get ahead on pitchers. What's it been like just trying to play baseball like that coming here this summer?
For me, it's kind of the same thing. Like I've always been like early in of swing at it. So here it's kind of just moved on, and they definitely preached it even more. So I love that type of baseball.
Well, and what's it like playing here for Keaton and Josiah and Oneonta?
It's awesome. New guys. Being the only guy that I know that coming here, definitely real opening community. So really good place to play for sure.
Well, and speaking of opening community, we've kind of talked about it with everybody, but what's it like just coming to a whole new locker room, whole new group of guys, and trying to get used to it?
It's definitely another new step, but everybody's been welcoming. Everybody's been energy-wise has been really good with new guys. Some people know each other, some people don't. But when you first time you see somebody, you walk up to them and introduce yourself. So definitely an opening community for sure.
Well, and in terms of the summer here as a whole, what are you looking to get out of your experience playing here in the PGCBL?
Just having fun and getting wins.
Chase, one last question before I let you go. You guys have this doubleheader against Albany today, then you get the off day tomorrow. What's the game plan and approach coming off these 4 wins?
Just continue to win. Just continue to put up runs, continue to hit, continue to get stolen bases and all that.
Chase, thank you so much for your time. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Back here at Damaski Field, a huge thank you to Chase Armstrong and all our Outlaw players, as always, for stopping by our pregame show. It was good to hear from Chase about the adjustment to playing on that field at Amsterdam. One thing that was a key thing that the returning guys on this Outlaw team were preaching to the newer guys on this squad on the bus ride up was the fact that at Damaski Field, certainly the fans feel a lot further away unless this place is packed, where at Amsterdam, even if the place isn't full, the fans are like right on top of you. And so those Outlaw guys had to deal with that for the first of 2 times this season, as they have another trip on tap to Amsterdam, which will be next Saturday. The Outlaws also going to have the Mohawks in here on Thursday night. But first, of course, we got to get through this doubleheader against Albany today. And we got another home game Monday night against the Utica Blue Sox as well. So this Outlaw streak of playing 5 of 6 at home slowly going to start to come to a close with this doubleheader today. And then, of course, that game on Monday. As we get the starting lineup introduction here in-house, we're going to jump on and give it for you here on our stream, as well as the leadoff guy for Keaton Mark in game 1, going to be Tanner Harden, the Wofford commit shortstop. Brendan Connolly, the designated hitter, hits second. Lucas Grantham, the extra hitter, hits third as he draws back in for the first time since Wednesday. Jacoby Dale, pitcher to the left, also gets back in the lineup after an off night last night. He's going to play center. In the 5 spot, Jack Kopko, a guy we talked to Keaton Mark about. Good performance last night, 2 for 3 at the plate, had a couple of RBIs. He's in right field. Kyle Polott makes his first start as an Outlaw behind the plate. Dylan Millman also in the lineup for the first time as these Marist guys slowly start to make their way into Oneonta. He'll be in left. Connor Wading, the first baseman, hits 8th. Ryan King at second base, going to be 9th. And he has parents in the stands tonight, something we'll talk a little bit more about later on. Jack Bateman going to be at third base down in the 10th spot. And the game 1 starter for Keaton Mark and Josiah Aska, going to be Caleb Kempler. We'll get into his numbers post-coach's interview, because without no further ado, we're going to get right into it. Chopped it up once again with Keaton Mark prior to game time today. Hear what he had to say about last night's game up at Amsterdam, this doubleheader today, and what's ahead for your Oneonta Outlaws. Welcome back here on Outlaws pregame. Colby Smith and another coach's interview with Outlaws head coach Keaton Mark. Keaton, 4 straight wins now for this team, and obviously the feeling is high. What's kind of the message you guys have coming into this doubleheader today?
Just don't get too high or too low. Just stay in the middle throughout all, because even though baseball's a funny game, man, it can be hot, and next thing you know, it can be cold. So just stay in the middle.
Well, and last night at Amsterdam, you guys certainly, the bats broke out right from the get-go, 7 runs in that first inning. What was it like to put up 7 on the defending champs?
I mean, it felt very good, and it was tough because after that we had like 6 or 7 zeros in the inning, so we were getting a little nervous, but it was awesome to come out and just get 7 right away. We haven't done that in a while.
Well, and talking about getting nervous as that game went on, what's it like as a coach when you get that bullpen out there and all of a sudden things just, suddenly go ice cold?
I mean, I don't even think it was our bullpen, to be honest. We just missed a couple plays here and there. Defensively, had a couple errors. I think our pitchers did absolutely great in that game. I mean, Hainer came in, shut it down. I mean, like I said, we had a couple errors on weak contact ground balls that he got. So overall, our pitchers and our bullpen, it was very trustworthy last night. They did awesome.
Well, it seems like a couple of those errors could have gone both ways last night. What's it like just kind of getting you guys rallied back behind the fact that, some of those could have been just regular hits?
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, every game's different. Every ball is different. It's tough sometimes, the situation and the way the ball's hit and whatnot and the way they feel it. So you just tell them to keep playing and just shake it off. Next play, on to the next.
Well, and I mean, you guys had the task of playing on turf for the first time last night in Amsterdam in tough conditions too with the rain delays. What was it like dealing with that?
It wasn't too bad. I mean, it definitely started skipping a little bit, but our guys knew that going in, that was going to skip because, I mean, they've all played baseball on turf before, so it wasn't too bad of a factor for us.
Well, and what's it like just dealing with those 2 rain delays right in the middle of the game when you guys were trying to get momentum back?
It was definitely tough because we were rolling, but luckily the boys came out hot and they were all amped up, ready to go, so we didn't really have to deal with it at all.
And another thing I wanted to bring up, obviously Chase Armstrong last night, player of the game, 1 for 3, had that bases clearing triple, and on his birthday too. What'd you see from him last night?
I mean, that triple was huge. We already have 4, but I mean, obviously that extra 3 clearing the bases was just absolutely massive for us. Because without that, I mean, they ended the game with 4 runs. Like, who knows? Could have been a tie game. They could have got a run here, so it definitely would have been a lot closer and a lot tighter of a game. It was huge to put us ahead like that early.
Well, and another player, too, that didn't get mentioned too much last night but had a solid game, Jack Hopko last night, 2 for 3. He had a couple of RBIs. What's it been like having him back in the lineup here and contributing?
It's great having him back, and as a guy I had last year who his stats might have not reflect how well he did. He had about 40 at-bats at the end of the year where he absolutely stung balls right at people. It was one of the most unlucky stretches I've ever seen from a player. And to see him finally get some drop and him just keep swinging the bat and keep stinging the ball is great.
Well, and it seems like everybody in this team is contributing top to bottom, even though the numbers might not necessarily say for some guys. Who are a couple of guys that you've seen stuff from so far that the numbers might not necessarily illustrate the good start they've had?
I mean, honestly, we have a few guys. Jaden Ross, he's starting hitting the ball really well. He's had a couple sac flies here and there. He's had some hard contact. I mean, our New Orleans guys that came in, Colton, he's been swinging it real well. He's had some hard contact. He's been hit by like 4 different pitches. So just those are a couple guys that are starting to pick it up, and I think they're going to be really good for us.
Well, and as a coach, how encouraging is it that you managed to put up 10 runs last night on this Mohawks team despite having just 5 hits on the board?
It's very encouraging, but also we'd like to obviously have a couple more hits in the book. But it's nice to see that we can manufacture runs to score without hitting the ball.
Well, and now you guys come into this doubleheader today against Albany. You got 14 innings to cover with the 2 games. You got those new Maris guys in town. What's it like just trying to run a guy out there for the first time as you got Caleb Kempler going in game 1?
It's a little nervous, but at the same time, I know a lot of these coaches, and Caleb Kempler was an absolute stud for Maris this year, so we're pretty confident in his abilities going out there today.
Well, and how do you go about with lineup construction for the 2 games, knowing you, of course, have one right after the other?
Pretty much, we'd love to just keep doing what we're doing. I mean, we're putting 10 hitters out every night. A lot of teams hit 9. It's awesome to be able to keep winning and keep hitting 10 people, especially when they're all contributing, so we can get everybody at bats.
And Keaton, last question here before I let you go. As we said, the doubleheader today, then you guys get another off day. What's just kind of the message that you're going to give these guys between games to, get them that last little push to game 2? Well, a huge thank you, as always, to Keaton Mart for stopping by our pregame show. I had to cut him off a little bit short there, as we're going to get right going here at 5 o'clock as the Outlaws going to come to the plate. Oneonta will be the visitors for game 1 of this doubleheader, and then they'll be the home team for game 2. They're going to be in the whites for both games today. As the starting pitcher they see on the other side of things, Bobby Loper, going to kick and fire first pitch to Hardin, high and outside for ball 1. Tanner Hardin leading off for the Outlaws for the 2nd straight game. After having a couple of hits up at Amsterdam last night as the 1-0 sent on the ground towards second. Backhanded by the first baseman and Rodin play over to first in time. As they're going to go 3-1 for the first out at first. So Loper goes to the off speed and he's able to get Hardin to fire a bouncing ball. Zacharias came drifting over quite a ways from second base, but Rodin had a good read on the bag. Good coverage by Loper to get over to that first base bag for the first out of the game, and up will come Brendan Connolly as he takes strike 1 right down the gut. Connolly had an off night last night as he had played in the first 4 consecutive for Keaton Mark, 0-1, up and away for ball 1. Connolly stands at 5'10", 180. Already has 3 multi-hit games for this team so far through his first 4 played as the 1-1. Watches it go by for a strike. Loper went to that fastball to get ahead in this count 1-2 with 1 down here in the first in game 1. Loper the set and the delivery. Connolly sends one high in the air out towards left. Drifting in is Faramy, and he comes down with it for out 2. Too quickly away for the Outlaws here in this top of the first. And Lucas Grantham, the extra hitter, going to come to the plate. Grantham had yesterday off as well. Played opening night against Socrates and then caught the other day for Cullen Condon. So now he draws back into the lineup. He has family up here from Georgia for this doubleheader today as he watches that one high and away for ball 1. Grantham 1 for 6 on the season thus far. We gave him the player of the game nod on Wednesday as he watches that one for a called strike. Play of the game, nod on Wednesday, as he had that triple in the 7th inning to the right field corner. Was the first triple of the season for the Outlaws before Armstrong last night as he took a big hack and can't connect, and he goes down 1-2. Loper making his first start of the season here for this Albany Baseball Club squad. Already has a couple appearances, though, as the 1-2 swing and a miss. And Loper going to send him down 1-2-3 in the top of the first here at Damaski. Albany Baseball Club coming to bat, bottom of the first inning here in Game 1. Bottom of the first inning here on Outlaws YouTube. Caleb Kempler taking to the bump for the first time here in Oneonta after getting into town on Thursday. Kempler just finished his sophomore year at Marist. He's going to be wearing 32 out on the hill for the guys in white here in this first game. Oneonta in those white tops. They have the orange numbers, Orange Outlaws pasted across the front, and have the black shoulders and the all-white pants here, which they'll wear for Game 2 as well. Kempler 6'1", 195, and he is a righty, as we've yet to see a lefty make a start for this team this season. 12 appearances at Marist this year. He was their team ERA leader, as he had a 3.57 through 40 and a third innings pitch. Jordan Daniels going to lead things off for the Albany Baseball Club here in this bottom of the first inning is coming up. We'll get into their lineup as Daniels playing in his 6th consecutive game to start the year. Is Kempler ready for the first pitch of the day for the Outlaws on the defensive side of things. Fires it in. Daniels going to lay off for ball 1. Daniels 5'7", 175, just finished his junior year at Ohio Dominican. Is Kempler with the 1-0, up and tight. It'll be ball 2. Ryan Faramy and Brooks Carter going to follow behind him here in this first inning for Albany. Shadows creeping in on the outfield, but the sun gleaming in a little bit at home as the count goes 3-0 on the first hitter Kempler sees. Kempler hoping he can throw some strikes and get a few good innings here for Oneonta as the pitching staff 14 innings to cover today, and that'll be at the hands ball 4. So Albany has a leadoff base runner after the Outlaws go down 1-2-3 in the top half of the first. Daniels a 4-pitch walk, and Ryan Faramy going to come up next. Faramy playing left field, one of 4 lefties in the lineup here for Albany here for Game 1. So pretty good mitts, all things considered. First pitch from Kempler, first strike. Kempler 4 consecutive balls, goes to the high heater and gets a strike. Fermi just finished his junior year at Albany. Is Kempler. Fires the 0-1, on the run goes Daniels, and the ball going to skip away from Pollock. So not even going to draw a throw. Daniels immediately in the scoring position, and the count goes to 1-1 on Fermi. Fermi sits to 175. Pretty even keel stance in the box. There's a long look from Kempler, now home with the pitch. Sails up and away. It goes ball 2. This Albany team has won 3 of their first 5 games. They had a 3-game win streak to start the season and come in having dropped 2 in a row, both to the Saugerties Stallions. Another long check look down to second, the 2-1. Broke up, now upper outside corner. 2-2 goes the count on Fermi. Fermi 4 for 10 through his first 5 games played. Has 4 RBIs, has walked twice, and struck out once. Kempler with the 2-2. Fermi skies it up. Coming on in goes Bateman. Pollock over there as well. Bateman got it just to the left of the Outlaw dugout. So there'll be 1 away here for Albany in this bottom half of the first. Brooks Carter, the designated hitter, going to be up next. Just finished his freshman year at Abilene Christian. One of 4 catchers on the roster for Rob Emslem's Albany Baseball Club, but one of just 2 in town so far. Dancing off of second base, Jordan Daniels. Kempler can't get that one to go in the zone. So it'll be 1-0. Kempler, a 4-pitch arsenal, fastball, slider, changeup, and curve. We should see quite a bit of his off-speed stuff here today as he came in low with that one, ball 2. The buzz around the clubhouse this afternoon was that he was really going to be working on that slider and changeup, as those were pitches that gave him a bit of a fit this year at Marist, despite being the team ERA leader. Another long look to second, the 2-0. Called strike. So Kempler gets back in the count as the wind starts to pick up. 2-1, 1 out, bottom of the first here in game 1. Daniels down there at second after the leadoff walk, and he stole second to put him where he is now as the 2-1. In at the feet. Pollock able to keep it in front, so it goes 3-1. Pollock, a lot of red behind the plate for this Outlaws team, but to be expected coming from the Marist Red Foxes. Red helmet, red mask, and red pads. So all red behind the plate for the Outlaws bat stop here for Caleb Kempler for game 1. The 3-1, chop back to the screen, foul, so it goes full. Kempler and Pollock are the battery mates, first to third for the Outlaws on the infield. It's Wading, King, Hardin, and Bateman. And in the outfield from right to left, Hobko, Dale, and Millman. Quick check look to second, the 3-2 payoff, bounced in the dirt, and that's ball 4. So Brooks Carter going to reach via the walk. And now Kempler's want 2 in this first inning, and we get a first trip from Pollock out to see Kempler. Kempler part of 7 wins in his 12 appearances this year at Marist for a team that only won 20 games. This team did go deep in their conference, though, as they went all the way to the MAAC championship before they fell to number 1 Fairfield back on Friday the 24th of May by an 11-8 score. So a few of these Marist guys went home for a week or two before they came to Oneonta. Both runners on the move. Throw down to third, not going to be in time as Bateman knocked that one down with his glove. Luckily, it didn't get away, so Albany immediately pulls off the double steal here in this first inning, as it'll be second and third with just 1 out. Count's going to be 1-0 on Brody Kenniston, the junior from Lemoyne. As Kempler Grounder down towards third, and Jordan Daniels, lucky he was able to get down to the ground in time, was coming right for his head. Both base runners have a really big lead here for Albany in this bottom of the first inning. Team that's run quite a bit through their first 5 games. Outlaws are still the stolen base leaders, though, in the Eastern Division coming into today. As Kempler from the stretch on the 1-1, bounces it, and Pollock used his chest protector. It's 2-1. So first base is the only bag open. Kempler's already want 2 here in this bottom of the first inning in game 1. These 2 games today are going to be the only meetings here in 2024 between Oneonta and Albany as the 2-1 up and in at the hands, ball 3. Kennison 6'2", 195, so quite a bit of size in the box here for Rob Enslem in this first inning. He's making his debut here today as he's yet to appear. Swing and a miss, and it'll be 3-2. Kempler, good location on that fastball, getting a couple of swings and misses here in this first frame. Keniston going to settle back in the box, left foot up close to the chalk line, the 3-2. Out towards left field, Millman going to drift on back, and he misplays this one. Falls in, rolls all the way to the wall. Daniels scores. Fermi going to come right behind him into second, no problem, as Keniston, and it's a 2-0 Albany lead here in the bottom of the first. So certainly not the start to game 1 if you want it, if you're the Outlaws, especially after that first inning this team had last night. It scored in the first inning in 4 consecutive games. Of course, adding to their win streak. So four consecutive wins, 4 games they had scored in the first, as that's up and away, ball 1 to Joey Slattery. Slattery playing right field. He'll be followed up by Cam McCougan, the catcher. Aiden Zacharitz, the second baseman, in the 7th spot. Donovan Roden, first baseman, hits 8th. Jan Avila, the shortstop, going to be in the 9th spot. And Kyle Brown, the extra hitter, in the 10th spot. Is Keaton Mark going to come on out? Have a little conversation with Caleb Kempler here. Oneonta going to have some bullpen action already in this first inning, which is certainly unfortunate. He's trying to make sure Kempler not having an injury here. He's shaking out his leg, and he's going to be allotted to throw a couple of extra pitches. Would certainly be unfortunate if Kempler can't go too many innings in this one. Luckily for the Outlaws, as we talked about in pregame, only had to use 3 arms last night up in Amsterdam, and they had the off day on Thursday. So a few bullpen arms pretty rested, roared up and ready to go here for this long Saturday where we'll play 14 innings. Kempler is going to stay in the ball game, at least for the time being. But Oneonta with a first inning bullpen action is the 1-0 sent up foul. Joey Slattery now even in the count, 1-1. Just finished his junior year down at Florida Atlantic. Is now first and third are open with 1 out, already 2 runs home in the inning. Kempler's 1-1, bit low and away, ball 2. Seems like if Kempler wants to get through a handful of innings today, he's going to have to rely on that fastball despite wanting to work on his off-speed stuff. Is the 2-1 delivery. Drilled out towards the right center gap. Dale and Hopko both coming over on it. Hopko underneath it for the out. And retreating back to second goes Brody Keniston as there's 2 away here now. He tags to third late as he's able to get over there. So a productive out nonetheless for Joey Slattery.
Now batting the catcher, number 15, Cam McCougan.
Keniston, it looked like he didn't have a good read on it. Was quite a ways off a second, retreated back, and ran on Hopko, who we've seen gun down a runner already here in the early stages of the season at home. Sent back to the screen foul. Cam McCougan going to trail behind in the count, 0-1. McCougan catching here in game 1 for Albany as they're planning to use both their bat stops. McCougan probably going to catch game 1, somebody else for game 2. Is the 0-1 from Kempler. In a bit high, but a called strike. And so now the ace of Maris' staff, hoping he can get another strike and get out of this first inning, just allowing 2. Keniston quite a lead off third. The 0-2 high, ball 1. Kempler just can't get those sliders and changeups to break back over the plate at the moment. Him and Kyle Pullick, bit of a miscommunication as the 1-2, and he won't get the call. That one looked good from our angle up here, but it goes to 2-2. The umpiring last night at home, the most consistent we've seen in a game for the Outlaws so far, is the 2-2. Just inside the line. Will it fall in? Yes. And fair territory it is. McCougan going to turn for second, and he's got himself a stand-up double. It's 3-0 Albany. McCougan picks up his third RBI already. And luckily for Rob Enselem, despite being down there in the 7, 8, 9 spots in the order in the early part of the season, McCougan has produced. Aiden Zakowitz will dig in nets to face Kempler. He's trying to find a way to get out of this first. Gets a breaking pitch called strike 1. Oneonta with another pitcher now up and stretching down in the bullpen as well. So we'll see how long the leash is for Kempler today. Check swing. And they say he came around, so it'll be 0-2. Like a bit of a delay from our field umpire and making a strike call on that one, but nonetheless 0-2 with 2 outs. High for ball 1, so Zakowitz stays alive. Heading into his freshman year at Xavier in the fall, just graduated high school. Flaring that bat around is the 1-2. Low and outside, ball 2. Kempler just can't seem to get that 2-strike pitch for a called 3rd strike. He's worked himself in 4 2-strike counts here in this first inning already. Kempler with the 2-2. Swing and a miss, and he does it. Kempler strands a runner at second, but not before. 3-run score for Albany in this bottom half of the first inning. We go to the top of the second here at Damaski. 3-0. Albany leads this one. Back to Oneonta here on Outlaws YouTube. Oneonta going to have 4 or 5 sits up in the second inning as they went down 1-2-3 in the top half of the first. Once again, for those of you who may just be dropping in on our YouTube, Oneonta the visitors for Game 1 here against Albany, and they'll be the home team for Game 2. It's 2 7-inning games. We'll take about a half hour between the 2 contests. As Lopers finished his warm-up tosses ahead of the second inning. Jacoby Dale, Jack Kompko, Kyle Pullitt, the 3 to come to the plate for Keaton Mark and Josiah Azka in the second inning. Loper looked pretty darn good in that first inning. That fastball is certainly not one of the fastest you'll see here in the PGCBL, but it got the job done nonetheless. And now the Outlaws hoping they can take advantage of it, seeing it for a second time, and with the heart of this order up in Dale, Hopko, and Pullick. First pitch of the inning, not going to get the strike call. It's 1-0. Dale had the night off yesterday in Amsterdam, 7 for 17 on the season thus far as that sails in for ball 2. Has 3 RBIs, a walk, a stolen base, and has struck out just once as the 2-0 from Loper. Drilled out towards left field, tracking back on it, Faramy, and he grabs it for the out.
Now batting the right fielder, number 13,
Faramy, Daniels, Slattery, left to right in the outfield for Albany here in game 1. First to third on the infield, it's Rodin, Zakrowitz, Avila, and Kenniston as McCougan's behind the plate, and Loper, of course, the pitcher. Hobko had himself a good night last night as he lays off the first pitch for a called strike. Went 2 for 3 at the dish, had 2 RBIs as the 0-1 sprayed up foul just beyond the seats on the third base line. 0-2 it goes. So got to expect Hobko to be swinging here. Down 0-2 in the count, 1 out in the second. Loper the kick and the delivery. Hobko towards center field. Daniels going to drift on over, and Faramy trips him up a little bit, but comes down with the ball. Hobko took that one for a ride. Wind carried it a little bit. Looked like it was going out to straight center as Daniels was kind of coming in on it, but then the wind took it for a little curve in the air, and Daniels looks like he's in a little bit of discomfort. Daniels yet to fully stand back up. Rob Insulum going to come out of the dugout here for Albany to make sure his center fielder's all right. Daniels now going to get up and walk back towards center, so it looks like he's going to hang in there. But a little bit of a fluky play nonetheless. But there's 2 away for now Kyle Pollock. Pollock first pitch swinging, put that one over towards Keaton Mark. Took a little dance move over there. Staying clear of that one. Count will go 0-1 on Pollock, who's in the 6th spot in this order in his Outlaw debut. Sails in there for strike 2. Pollock able to lay off. As Loper now 1 strike away from getting out of this second inning. The 0-2, tip bat foul. So Pollock stays alive. Caught Caleb Kempler quite a bit down there at Marist this year. So Pollock and Kempler pretty familiar with each other heading into the summer. 0-2, called strike 3. Pollock certainly didn't like that one, but takes the call nonetheless. 2 straight innings has Bobby Loper sent the Outlaws down 1-2-3. Bottom of the second coming up. Albany Baseball Club with a 3-0 lead on your Outlaws. Back here, Stuart Domaski Field, bottom of the second inning. It's 8-9-10 for the Albany Baseball Club to bat against Caleb Kempler, who stays in this ball game. Kempler back in that first inning, we had a little bit of a scare. Thought maybe he was going to be yanked out of this ball game after he threw a pitch. Looked like he landed awkwardly, but he hangs in there nonetheless. And here we go to the bottom of the second. First pitch of the inning, sprays up some dirt as it'll be ball one to Donovan Roden. Roden sits to 230, just concluded his sophomore year at Herkimer, so a few of his teammates over here on this Outlaw roster on the other side of things today is Kempler with a fastball that goes for ball two. Roden 2 for 8 to start his summer as a member of this Albany Baseball Club. Has one extra base hit, a couple of RBIs, most impressively 6 watts as he shoots this one up foul. Just barely gets out of the ballpark as the count goes 2-1. Roden hitless in his last 3 games. As he faced a pretty tough pitching staff down there in the Saugerty Stallions for back-to-back games earlier this week. The 2-1 towards shortstop, picked up on the backhand by Hardin, fired over to first a bit high, and it took Wading off his feet, so it should be an infield single here for Albany. Donovan Roden going to be on base to lead off the second inning, and that'll be the 3rd hit for this Albany Baseball Club. Jan Avila going to step up next. His last name spelled just like former Major League catcher Alex Avila. There's a little Lutzy down to first, swing and a miss. We did ask the Albany dugout before game time today if the two of them were related, and they said no. Certainly not a common last name you see too much of. Is the 0-1 Kempler, a little head nod home. Just past the chalk line in foul territory, trying to see if it'll roll fair. It doesn't. It'll be 0-2 on Avila. Avila stands at 6'3", 205, just concluded his sophomore year at Rutgers. From Bayamon, Puerto Rico, opting to spend his summer up in Albany as he started his ABC tenure 4 for 12. Little check look down to first, rode in, a few steps off. The 0-2, gonna fall in fair territory in left field. A few bounces in front of Millman, so back-to-back singles on Kempler.
Now batting the extra hitter, number 11, Kyle Brown.
Drilled that one square in the center of the bat, and Kyle Brown, the extra hitter, going to come up with 2 on base. You hope that Kempler can start to find a way to get some outs, as I'm sure Mark and Aska hoping they can get at least 4 out of their starter here in game 1. Look to second and home with the pitch. Pollock, like he was going to bullet a throw down there, but held up nonetheless as the count goes 1-0. Brown sits to 175, just finished his sophomore year at Felician. Shoots the 1-1 up in foul territory, so takes his first strike. He is the batting average leader on this Albany team through their first 5 games as they come in 3-2, and he's hitting .400. Kempler the 1-1. Smoked out towards right field, curves in foul territory. 1 ball and 2 strikes it'll be. Kempler hoping he can get 1 more strike and put down Brown, but unfortunately for him, he goes right back to the top of the order, and he does just that. Brown came around offering it that one.
Now batting the center fielder, number 6.
It's the 2nd strikeout for Caleb Kempler. Jordan Daniels going to come back to the plate for Albany. Walked to lead off this ball game on a 3-0 pitch. As Kempler has struggled with his command. This is his first outing here in Oneonta. That one popped up foul, stays in the ballpark. Takes an odd hop and going to get over the fence after the fact, as it's 0-1. So a little short fence line stretching all the way down this first baseline. If you've never been here to Damascus, sometimes balls hit that concrete and skip right over the fence out to the parking lot. Is the 0-1 from Kempler in belt high, ball one. Brushes Daniels back a little bit, kind of caught him off guard with how close that one was. 1-1 the count, one out. Runners at first and second here for Albany. Knifed up behind home, foul. As it's 1-2. Some of these swings for Albany just kind of looking lumberjack-esque here through these first couple innings, but they're putting good bat on ball, which is what they wanted to do here in Oneonta in game one. 1-2, smoked out towards right field. Hopko going to drift on in underneath it for the out, and immediately guns a throw in. So Roden going to be forced to stay at second.
Now batting the left fielder, number 5, Ryan Fairman.
I don't think Hopko liked it back in that first inning on that fly out, how they tested his arm. So certainly wanted to make good on it the second time around, getting a throw in as quickly as possible, as there's 2 away here in the second. Now for Ryan Fairman. First and second are the Albany base runners. They already have 4 team hits. Fairman takes a called strike 1 right down the gut. He popped out to third his first time up back in the first inning on a 2-2. Now falls behind 0-1 as the sun starts to peek out here at Damascus. Elevator shot pitch on the outside, 1-1 it is. Kempler, a little tip of the cap towards third. Working from the stretch with 2 outs, 1-1, up and away again, ball 2. Pretty fluky scheduling, all things considered, that Oneonta and Albany only meeting up twice here in 2024. Outlaws have 9 meetings against Mohawk, 8 against Glens Falls. So you'd think they could get a couple more outings against Albany. But we're lucky we even have an Albany Baseball Club team this year. After the Dutchman folded just a couple of weeks before the season were supposed to start, and the league went into full-on scramble mode, not wanting teams to lose games, and of course trying to fill the roster, so this team was put together, and here they are. The 3-1 from Kempler, through the gap on the left side, rolls into left field as Millman comes in on it, turning third, Roden gonna cruise in to score, and it's 4-0.
Now batting the
Roden comes in from second to score. And Avila holds up at second as Fairman's got himself his first RBI of the day. So the Albany Baseball Club has scored in 2 consecutive innings to begin this game. And up next comes Brooks Carter. Carter walked and stole second back in the first as Kempler once again can't locate the zone. His pitch count starting to climb here in just this second inning. Is the 1-0 delivery. Called strike on the lower middle edge. Kempler evens things up at 1-1. And now back up and throwing. More motion in the Outlaw bullpen. Long look to second, the 1-1. Called strike. Once again went back to that lower outside corner. And Kempler now 1 pitch away from getting out of this second inning. Kempler, the count ahead, 1-2. Bounces it in the dirt. Both base runners going to advance, throw down to third. And the call was late, but it's out nonetheless. Albany trying to go for that double steal play. And we get a 2-5, caught stealing to send down Avila. Third inning coming up here at Damascus Field. 4-0, Albany. Top of the third inning here at historic Damaski Field. It's 7-8-9 for the Outlaws to bat in this inning. As we always remind you, starting the third, if you haven't already subscribed here to Outlaws YouTube, make sure you do today at Oneonta Outlaws PGCBL. All games home and road with the exception of our 3 trips to Mohawk Valley. Going to be streamed right here for you as the 0-1 in at the hands for a called strike 2. So Millman steps out and now going to reset, trailing 0-2 in the count to Loper. Bit low and away, ball 1. Outlaws looking pretty flat through the first 2 innings, making Loper look like Cy Young of the PGCBL as the 1-2. Chop bat foul. Loper, 2 appearances so far this season, has thrown just 3 innings prior to today as he got rang up against Saugerties in their big loss the other day by 14. It was a mercy run game. Past Keaton Mart, this will go as Millman hangs alive. Connor Wading and Ryan King going to be up to follow him here in this 3rd inning for Oneonta. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss as Millman couldn't connect. He came around quite late on that one. He'll give a little high five to Connor Wading, who comes up next. More fans continuing to file in here at Damaski Field as we roll on through this one. Going to be a long night of baseball, so kind of come and go as you please on a free entry night sponsored by Oneonta Elementary School's PTO. If you're local and you want to come down and join us, you can, because we'll be here all the rest of the night, having 14 innings to play as that one skips in for ball 2 to Wading. Wading drawn back into the lineup for the Outlaws tonight after a couple of games off. Had his allergies bothering him yesterday, so he didn't even make the trip with us to Amsterdam as he goes ahead 3-0. Wading's been pretty good with the bat for Oneonta so far as he takes a strike on that one. Guy who certainly hits more for power than he does for contact, sent up foul behind the plate. One thing about Bobby Loper, if you haven't noticed already, he works very quickly. Is the 3-2 from the stretch, the kick and the delivery. Ball 4. The Outlaws going to get their first base runner.
Now batting the second baseman, number 2.
As Ryan King will come up next.
King.
He went ahead 2-0, and then Loper battled back in that count, but Wading draws the walk. As now King will come up. We mentioned it in our pregame, but Ryan King does have his parents in town here for this doubleheader today. Is that one going to come for ball 1? It was nice to talk to his parents a little bit before we got up in here ready for game 1. As the 1-0 in at the hands for ball 2. And a shout out to King's grandparents that we found out going to be watching down in South Carolina here as they always do. So a huge shout out to the Kings as the 2-0 up behind the plate. Going to get on out of here foul, 2-1. Jack Bateman going to be up next for the Outlaws as he's down in the 10 spot. It's like Liam Blair has come down to the Outlaw dugout. So we'll see if he starts off the 3rd inning. The 2-1, high for ball 3. Blair was the guy up and throwing down there in the Oneonta pen, so it certainly makes sense if he comes into this game. Be a rough line for Caleb Kempler as he's out, though. Elevator shot and foul ground on that 3rd base line, just barely going to get over the high screen, so it goes full on Ryan King. Keniston and Vela had both ran on over there, but neither one could get underneath it. So it's a full count on Loper for the 2nd consecutive time. Through the first 2 innings, never threw 3 balls to any one hitter, but now to back-to-back. King playing good plate defense, put that one up foul. King hangs alive in the count as it's a payoff pitch once again. 3-2 it is with 1 out. Loper delivers as he bounces that one in the dirt, and the Outlaws have drawn back-to-back walks here in the 3rd.
Now
Jack Bateman, who just wrapped up his freshman year at Holy Cross, going to come up next. And now McCougan going to come out from behind the plate to talk to Loper, who's suddenly starting to see some adversity in this third inning. He mowed the Outlaws' top 6 down in a row through the first 2 frames, struck out Miltman to begin this third, and has now issued back-to-back walks and worked himself into 2 consecutive full counts ahead of Jack Bateman at the 10 spot in the Oneonta order. Bateman 3 for 11 to begin his Outlaw tenure with 3 RBIs, has walked 3 times, but has struck out 5 times. Loper's first delivery sails in for strike 1. Bateman is yet to come out of the 10 spot in the order here for Oneonta. Did have the night off against Boonville the other day, only game he hasn't played in. Took a big swing and he whiffed. It goes to 0-2. Oneonta winners of 4 consecutive games and looking to run the tables to 5 here in game 1, but not going to be an easy task because they trail 4-0 here in the top of the third. Bateman big swing, couldn't connect, so he goes down swinging on 3 strikes.
Now batting the shortstop, number 16, Tanner Harding.
Loper certainly showcasing that fastball after the trip out from McCougan. And Tanner Hardin going to walk up to the dish for the Outlaws as we go back to the top of the order. Hardin grounded out 3-1 his first time up in the first. Loper lets it to second, home with the pitch. It's called strike 1. It was just a 1-0 pitch that Hardin grounded out on his first time up. Not a guy who works counts too deep, loves to swing early and be aggressive, something that Mark and Ask have stressed. To left field, this one goes, going to fall in for a hit. Turning, waiting, being waved around by Mark as that got past Fairmy, all the way past third, in the score, diving safely. It's an inside the, oh wait. Bateman going to get to third. 2-run score for the Outlaws. Waiting and King, my apologies. Is it's a 4-2 score. Bateman gets all the way to third.
Now batting the designated hitter, number
We're waiting to see what that one's going to be scored as. A hit or an error. Again, my apologies. I got the batting helmets confused out there on the base paths. As they do go error on Albany with that one, so it'll be E7 to get Tanner Hardin all the way to third. So 4-2 is the score in favor of the Outlaws. That one breaking in there for a strike to Connolly, 0-1. So Waiting comes all the way from second to score. Ryan King going to cruise in right behind him. Is the 0-1, up and away, ball 1. Fairmy just misread that ball out in left field. So it looked like it was going to fall in front of him and would have had a throw in, but then it rolls past as the count goes 2-1 now on Connolly. So a good call to give an error here in this third inning. 4-2, the Outlaws right back in it. Connolly holds up as that's a called strike, 2-2. As Loper 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning. Hardin stands down there at third. As the 2-2, Connolly chipped up foul. Lucas Grantham, the extra hitter, waiting on deck for the Outlaws. If his number is called, and he has to come to the plate here in this third inning. 2-2, swing and a miss as Connolly goes down on strikes. Loper with 3 Ks in this inning, but the Outlaws do play 2, courtesy of a couple of walks and an error. Bottom of the third, coming up next here from Oneonta, 4-2. Albany leads this one. Caleb Kempler's only going to make it through 2 innings for your Outlaws here to begin game 1. Oneonta's first call to the bullpen. Interestingly enough, it isn't Liam Blair who was up and throwing in the Outlaw pen. It's Martin Thorsland who's the first man out here for Keaton Mark and Josiah Aska. Thorsland making his 3rd appearance already. And he's gone more than 2 innings in both, so certainly a lawn man whether he starts or relieves, as he was the opening night starter here for the Outlaws just over a week ago when they fell to Socrates, which is still just the team's only loss on the record thus far. First pitch of the inning, going to sail up and away for ball 1 to Brooks Carter. So the Outlaws certainly hoping they can get some good innings out of Martin Thorsland here in game 1 after Kempler can't even come out for the 3rd. Thorsland quickly going to fall behind 2-0 to Carter. Thorsland's last outing was on Tuesday night against Watertown, where he pitched the 8th and 9th, gave up 1 hit and struck out 3 as he gets a called strike with that lower outside corner. His first outing against Socrates was the one that inflated his ERA to the 11.57 it is. It's the 2-1 up and away, ball 3. So 3-4-5 it is for the Albany Baseball Club here in this 3rd inning. Again, they're the home team for game 1, but will be the visitors for game 2. The 3-1 sent in the foul ground, skips and rolls to the Outlaw bullpen. 3-2 it'll be. Outlaws taking up the 3rd base dugout here at Damaski Field. Outlaws bullpen is out in left field. Albany in the dugout on the first base side in their bullpen out in right field. The 3-2 pitch towards short. Hardin going to get a bare hand on it. Fires over to Waiting in time. It's 6-3 for the first out of the 3rd, and up will come Brody Keniston. Keniston had a 2 RBI double his first time up back in the 1st. Was on a full count against Caleb Kempler, who went back to the Outlaws clubhouse after his 2 innings ended. Don't see him in the dugout. It's Thorsland first pitch, high for ball 1. Our home plate umpire looks like he's in no man's land back behind first base right now, as the 1-0 skyrocketed out of the ballpark. Some of these balls, you can just never tell where they're going to go here early on in game 1, with the wind certainly playing a factor on things, as you've seen a couple of balls take odd turns in the air already. 1-1 pitch from Thorsland, right down the heart of the zone, lined it Hardin for out 2. Hardin didn't even have to move, just put that glove right up there and took it in for the 2nd out of this 3rd inning. Outlaws hoping that they can get Thorsland to 3rd out here and come back to the plate, trying to keep the momentum rolling on their side after Albany scored the first 4 runs. First pitch from Thorsland, called strike on Joey Slattery. Goes to the fastball to get that first strike. Now going to come home with the 0-1. Not a called strike, because it'll be 1-1. Some of our strike calls have been pretty late so far, so you can just never be too sure. The 1-1 from Thorsland. Smoked out towards first. Waiting, couldn't grab it as it rolls past him. And further down the right field line. 1-2, now going to be our count. Cam McCougan waiting on deck, still has his pads on. As the 1-2, tipped up foul once more, as that one's going to clear the ballpark, just getting over the Outlaw clubhouse area. Fifth pitch to Slattery coming up. Thorsland ahead in the count, 1-2 with 2 away. Sent towards right field, going to fall in front of Hopko on a 1-hop. He'll turn it in quickly, but it's a 2-out single for Joey Slattery.
Now batting the catcher, number 15, Cam
Cam McCougan going to come up now. He had an RBI double back in that first inning. Is Thorsland high at the hands with that one. As they say, ball one. Thorsland a long look down to first. On the move goes Slattery. Won't even draw the throw from Pullock on the strike call. It's 1-1, and Slattery getting a stolen bag. Outlaws, as I mentioned already, the leaders in the division in stolen bags. They had 4 against Amsterdam last night, which is pretty down from the double-digit stolen bases they had Tuesday and Wednesday when they were home here at Damaski. 1-1 from Thorsland. That pitch looked good from up here, but it's ball 2. Aiden Zakowicz going to be up behind Cam McCougan. McCougan, the scouting report, can definitely add a little size as he's 5'11", 180 in their bat stop on this club. 2-1. Sent towards second base, couple of skips. King over to Waiting in time for the out. As that'll go 4-3 to end this bottom half of the third. Slattery stranded down there at second. And we go to the 4th inning here at Damaski Field. It's a 4-2 lead for the Albany Baseball Club. Welcome back to Damaski Field. Top of the 4th inning as the Outlaws going to bat 3-4-5 in this inning. First pitch, check swing. Grantham going to pull up with it as it'll go 1-0. We get a called strike after the fact as once again our home plate umpire delayed strike calls as this one bounced in the dirt. So 1 ball and a strike it is on Lucas Grantham. Jacoby Dale and Jack Kopko going to be behind him. Ball 2 it is. Is that one just underneath the strike zone, I guess. 2-1. Grantham, a slow roller out towards second. Zakowicz fields over to Roden in time. 4-3 it is to retire Grantham.
Now batting the center fielder, number 7,
Jacoby Dale going to come up next for the Outlaws. And Jack Kopko will be right behind him. Dale flew out to left field to begin the 2nd inning for Oneonta. As the first 7 of the Outlaw order, the first time through, were retired straight by Loper. Dale with a foul tip as he'll fall behind 0-1. Loper will be working from the first base side. Dale a check swing. They go to the field ump, and they say a strike. So 0-2. As Loper sails that one in the dirt. Surprised we don't get a called third strike. 1-2. Dale gonna lay off as it's ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and an out. And Dale gonna chirp that one off foul. Dale's been pretty good at his 2-strike approach for Oneonta so far this summer. 5 of his hits coming when he has 2 strikes in the count. 2-2 pitch. Called strike 3 as Loper gonna ring him up. 2 quickly down for the Outlaws to begin this 4th inning. As there's now 6 strikeouts on the board for Loper. Had to do some quick math to count those up. And Hopko now in the box. Flew out to left on an 0-2 his first time up. Sails in for ball 1. One-0, called strike. It'll be even at 1-1. Hopko winning player of the game for the Outlaws earlier this week with his performance on Tuesday as that just got past the glove of Keniston into left, and he's got himself a hit to keep the 4th inning alive.
Now batting the catcher, number 20, Kyle.
Jack Hopko just putting one on a tee into left field. Was a good hit, everything considered on that one. As Hopko just kind of tightened up with 1 strike already, pumped that ball in. As Keniston was reaching for it, couldn't grab it. Big lead for Hopko, as that'll be ball 1 up and away to Pollock. Pollock struck out looking on 3 pitches his first time up. As the 1-0 towards right field, coming on in is Slattery. And he drops it off the leather, into the ground it goes. Hopko over to third, and the Outlaws will have runners at the corners with 2 outs.
Now batting the left fielder, number
That, ladies and gentlemen, will be a clear E9
Tillman.
as Jack Hopko turns and gets over to third. It's 1st and 3rd, and Albany going to make a call to the bullpen as Rob Enslem has seen enough of Bobby Loper. So he makes it through 3 2/3, but he is responsible for the 2 runners at the corners. Albany call to the bullpen as they lead this one 4-2 in the top of the 4th. Who's the new pitcher? I never even looked. 10?
10, yeah. 10. Isaiah Maines.
Back to Damaski Field, top of the 4th inning. And the Albany Baseball Club making their first call to the bullpen is Isaiah Maines coming out to take over for Bobby Loper, who makes it.
Number 22, Connor Wade.
Good ball placement for Dylan Millman to catch that one, knowing that Daniels was playing back in that deep center field here in Albany. Waiting going to come up next for the Outlaws. First and second, 2 outs, and now down by just 1. Looking for some good 2-out hitting, spot where Oneonta's been good so far this season. Most notably in that department, you got to look back to Monday when they put 7 runs on the board when they had 2 outs in an inning. Dancing off of second base is Pollock. Not going to draw a throw as it goes 2-0 on Waiting. Maine 6'2", 168. He's a righty, as you see, from Hudson, New York, pitching in his 3rd game for Albany. Both games he's appeared, this team has won. This is 2-0, up and away, ball 3 now on Waiting. He's yet to surrender a run, giving up just 1 hit as well, which was to Mohawk Valley, and their 9-5 win there earlier this week, which was Monday. 3-0, called strike, 3-1. Ryan King going to be up behind Connor Waiting if Waiting can find a way to get on base here. Long look down to second. And now the 3-1 from Maines. Low and away, ball 4. The bases will be full of Outlaws here in the 4th inning. As Pollock advances to 3rd, Millman over to 2nd, and now Waiting going to stand on 1st. They need something big from Ryan King. King walked and came around to score back in the 3rd. Now down 4-3. Just be like it to get a good hit here, get a couple more runs in, and take this lead. Oneonta trailed 4-0 after the 2nd inning as King watched that one go by up and away. They've since answered back with 3 runs of their own and have the bases loaded here in this top of the 4th with already 1 run home in the inning. First 2 Outlaws were put away in this inning, if you remember correctly. Called strike, like that pitch was about in the same spot. 1-1 count with 2 outs. Bateman, the 10-hole guy, going to follow Ryan King in the order. Pitch from Maines, sent back straight foul, 1-2. Caleb Kempler only made it through 2 innings for the Outlaws on the bump. Martin Thorsland, first man out of the pen for Oneonta, gave up 1 hit in the bottom of the 3rd. Looks like he's going to come out for another inning. 1-2. King, it's again sent up foul. Is this one just barely going to stay in the ballpark in front of the fence behind home? Back in the box goes Ryan King. Even keel stance, 1-2 count with 2 away. Pitch. As they call a balk. Maine steps off. And so all the runners going to advance. Pollock comes home to score. Millman goes to 3rd, Waiting to 2nd. So now 1st is open. Maines made a little turn towards second after he'd already come set on the rubber, drawing that balk call, but we've seen plenty of those. Home plate umpire says that King holds up, so the count will be 2-2. King evening the count back up. First is open, 2 down, 4-4 game now. Up and away, ball 3. So at least if Maines issues the walk, he has the one base open. And despite Jack Bateman striking out in the second inning, he's certainly been good to begin his summer here. 3-2, King comes around on this one towards center field. He took this one for a ride. Daniels back, and he comes away with this one. Daniels charging back towards the track, caught it on the backhand, and the Outlaws going to strand 2 on base here in this 4th inning, but they get 2 runs across the plate to tie this game up 4-4 as we go to the bottom of the 4th here in game 1. Zakarowicz, Roden, and Avila up in this 4th inning for the Albany Baseball Club, who enter in 3-2. They were losers of their last 2 in a row as Thorsland sent one right down the heart of the plate that got tipped bat foul. Oneonta on the other side of things comes in winners of 4 consecutive games. They fell behind early in this one 4-0, but you saw it on Tuesday night earlier this week. This team can play come from behind baseball. They trailed Watertown 5-1 and then ended up winning that game 12-8 as Bateman scoops this one, fires to first in time. It's 5-3 for the put away.
Now batting the first baseman, number 33, Donovan Roden.
Bateman, an early season candidate for the 3rd base gold glove here in the PGCBL, as he's been stellar over there for Oneonta to begin the year. Donovan Roden going to come up next. Roden singled, came around to score in the 2nd. Thorsland low and away outside ball 1. Thorsland from the first base side, 1-0, and high at the hands, ball 2. Donovan Roden's single that he had in the 2nd inning, he took for a long ride to the outfield as there's been some hard hit balls here through the first couple innings between these two in this early start on a Saturday. As we've mentioned once already, people continuing to file in here to Damaski Field as game 1 rolls on. 3-0 at the knees, but a called strike, 3-1. Free admission to today's game, sponsored by the Oneonta Elementary School's PTO, so everybody can come out and enjoy the night for free as that one tipped straight bat foul. 3-2. Roden worked himself a 2-1 count before he hit that single in the 2nd inning. Guy who the scouting report said certainly loves to work counts deep. Payoff pitch from Thorsland. Kick. Sails that one to the bat stop as it'll be ball 4. Roden going to fire the bat away as he'll be on with 1 out in this inning.
Now batting the shortstop, number 8, Jan Avila.
Avila, who singled, got caught stealing 2-5 back in the second inning. Going to step on in. All black bat. And the home plate umpire going to say that he held up, so it's 1-0. I didn't know that in the umpiring world, a little head shake meant that he didn't come around. But it's 1-0 with 1 down. As that's in at the belt for a called strike, 1-1. So all black bat and blue batting gloves does Avila have here in the box for Albany. 3 hits to 6 in favor of Albany. On the move goes Roden, as they love this hit and run play. 1-2 now the count. Ball skipping around in the parking lot behind us. Everybody running to try to retrieve that one. Kyle Brown, the extra hitter, down in the 10 spot, waiting on deck for Albany here in this bottom of the 4th. Trying to get some momentum back with their bats. After they put up 4 through the first 2 to toss Caleb Kempler out of this one. Count goes 2-2 on Avila. The ready shortstop has appeared in all 5 games for Albany so far. 2-2 the count. Now Thorsland, quick throw to first. Couldn't get Roden in time. Roden hanging out pretty close to that bat down there for Albany, but Thorsland not liking it, so wanted to attempt that pickoff. So he'll come set for the 2-2 once again. The kick. Sent towards short, hard in. Turn to second, throw back to first. Waiting laid out for that one, but couldn't haul it in. So it'll be 6-4 to retire Roden, who was on the move. And Avila going to be on base with 2 away.
Now batting the extra hitter, number 11, Kyle Brown.
It'll be a fielder's choice to get Avila on first. And Kyle Brown indeed going to be called upon. Brown struck out swinging on a 1-2 back in the second inning. Pretty tall stance in the box. Waves that bat high above his shoulder. Has that one from Thorsland. Nice break over the plate, 0-1. Thorsland showing off the breaking pitches here in his 3rd outing of the summer. Playing his 2nd season as an Outlaw, one of 10 returners on this team. As that was a pretty close play at first, but couldn't sell it. Is it once again being 0-1. Brown sits to 175 from Felician. Bat-to-bat pickoffs. Certainly thought Waiting had the tag down in time on that one. Really close play down there at the bag at first. Nothing in 1 count. In high for ball 1. Thorsland drifting more and more towards the left side of that rubber out there on the hill. Big lead for Avila at first. Trying to test another throw. Thorsland home with the pitch, bounced in the dirt. Pullet keeps it in front, and Avila stays put. Two balls and a strike now here on Kyle Brown. After Brown, we'll go back to the top of the Albany order for the 3rd time in this inning. 2-1. Right down Main for strike 2. As it goes to 2-2 with 2 away. Thorsland looking for a 3rd strike call to get out of this inning. On the first base side, Thorsland, little throw to first. Once again, won't get Avila. Avila knows he's in Thorsland's head now after 3 pickoff throw attempts since he's gotten on base. 2-2 from Thorsland, tipped off Polak. And Polak shaking it off like it's nothing. He walks out now to Thorsland. As the two want to have a quick conversation about something. Sometimes with a new catcher catching you behind the plate, you have that adjustment. They certainly talk about their signs and what they're going to throw and such, but every so often you might get a little miscommunication or want to clarify something, so I think that's what Polak was doing on that one. 2-2 count, 2 away in a 4-4 score here in game 1. Outlaws trailed 4-0 early, but have rallied back with 4 runs in a row to tie this one up. Thorsland with a glance down to first. 2-2 on the move is the runner. Kept in front, Polak doesn't know where it is. Goes behind him, turning and heading for third. Avila going to get there standing up. So it'll be a stolen base and a wild pitch to get Avila all the way over there to third as the count goes full on Brown, and now Albany has the run for the lead just 90 feet away. Thorsland looking at Avila, 3-2. Sent towards center field. Dale gonna come, hauls it in the glove. So it'll be an F8 for the 3rd out of this inning. Albany, they certainly have Avila test Thorsland, but he gets stranded down there at 3rd. We go to the 5th inning here at Damaski. It's a 4-4 game. Welcome back to Oneonta, top of the 5th inning, as it's going to be Jack Bateman to lead things off here for the Outlaws, followed by Tanner Harden and Brendan Connolly as it's 10-1-2 in the order to face Isaiah Maines. Bateman takes his first pitch up behind the screen and out of the ballpark. 0-1 it goes. Bateman struck out on 3 straight fastballs back in the 3rd. The 0-1 from Maines holds up as it'll be 0-2. Oneonta now with some more action down in their bullpen as Bateman once again not even going to bring the bat around. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Outlaws back-to-back 2 spots the last 2 innings. Here's the 1-2. Low and in at the feet, ball 2. And then he'll settle himself back in the box. Tanner Hardin waiting on deck here for the Outlaws. Albany thought they had a strike three call, but it goes for ball three on Bateman as he's worked it back full. Bateman trying to find a way to get on base to lead off the inning. As this one skyrocketed behind the plate, McCougan brings it in for the out.
Now batting the shortstop, number 16, Tanner Hardin.
It'll be a P2 for the first out of the inning. It's for those who don't know the positions in baseball. If you number them around the horn, 1 is pitcher, 2 catcher, 3 is first, 4 is second, 5 is third, with shortstop being 6, and then 7, 8, 9 is left to right in the outfield. Hardin with 1 out here in the 5th. Bounced off the plate, 1 ball, no strikes. Hardin 1 for 2 in the ball game for the Outlaws. Got stranded at third when he got on base, back in the 3rd, as the count goes even to 1-1. Left foot sent up closer to the bag, his right foot back a bit, but Hardin catch when he's in the batter's box, coming around on 1. Just to the left of the Outlaw dugout, it's foul, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hardin gonna step right back in. Good 2-strike hitter here in the leadoff spot for Oneonta. The 1-2 finds the gap between short and third. In the left field it goes. Hardin has himself a single.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 1, Brendan Connolly.
Hardin choked up on that bat, just dropped it into shallow left field ahead of Brendan Connolly. Now Albany is going to shift over and play double play defense. Connolly 0 for 2 in the game thus far. First time he started 0 for 2 in a game here for Oneonta. On the move immediately, Hardin. Connolly showed bunt, tipped it back. We'll send Hardin back to first, as it'll be 0-1. Connolly showed bunt a couple of times already for this team. Is yet to put one down. Certainly showcased this year at Hudson Valley that he can do it. As he put a couple down this year and even ran him out to first. 0-1 pitch. Connolly didn't come around. He falls behind 0-2. Means went to the fastball on that one. It's Hardin taking a big lead off of first. He stole 5 bats the other night against Boonville. Sliding to second. Tad's going to be late as Hardin gets a stolen bag, but there's 2 down in the inning.
Now batting the extra hitter, number 50, Lucas.
Connolly bat-to-bat strikeouts at the plate. Is up will come Lucas Grantham. Grantham with his mom and grandma in town for these games today. His birthday is on Monday, so they came up to enjoy the weekend with him, all the way from Smyrna, Georgia. Grantham set, gonna lay off this one as it's ball 1. Struck out swinging in the first inning, grounded out 4-3 in the 4th. Now Grantham with a runner in scoring position, hoping to give the Outlaws their first lead of the day. The 1-0, Grantham out towards right, curved into foul territory not long after it left the bat, so it evens up at an even keel 1-1. Isaiah Maines trying to give this Albany bullpen some distance. Most he went in a college game this year was 2 innings. Already has done that this summer with Albany in his first appearance. He trails in the count 2-1 now to Lucas Grantham. As a reminder, if you're just dropping by to join us, this first game, 7 innings. Then we're going to have a 30-minute break before we play game 2. We'll just keep one stream going for the entirety of the night instead of ending this one, trying to get a second one up and going. As Grantham going to make it a 2-2 count. We'll get a new delivery of baseballs to our own plate umpire. Grantham back ready in the box, 2-2 with 2 away. Top of the 5th inning with Hardin, big lead off second. In at the knees for ball 3 as Grantham has made it full. Jacoby Dale, the center fielder, waiting on deck here for Oneonta in this 5th inning. Outlaws have scored in the last 2 consecutive innings as the 3-2 from Maines. Smoke towards third. Misplayed initially by Keniston, and jogging into first is Grantham.
Now batting the
So that'll be an E5.
number 7, Jacoby Dale.
As Keniston misplaying that one over at the hot corner. Hardin gets to third. Grantham stands at first, and Jacoby Dale going to be coming up next. First pitch to Dale, going to miss in the dirt for ball 1. Dale with his feet even spread apart in the box. Long Litzy down to first. With Grantham way off that bag. 1-0. Up and away for ball 2. If the Outlaws need him in this 5th inning, Jack Hopko waiting on deck. Maines with a little Litzy to first. The 2-0. Dale towards right field. Right in the glove of Slattery, as it'll be an L9 to retire Jacoby Dale. So the Outlaws going to strand a pair of runners on base as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning here at Damaski. 4-4, your score. Martin Thorsland back out for a 3rd inning as we get ready to go on the bottom half of the 5th here from Damaski Field. It's Jordan Daniels to lead things off for Albany as we're back at the top of the order. Daniels first pitch swinging, backhanded by Bateman. Big throw to first in time, 5-3 it is. Jack Bateman making it look easy over there at the hot corner for the Outlaws. And up will come Ryan Fermi. Coming up, we'll take our first look of the evening at the PGCBL out-of-town scoreboard. Is Fermi 1 for 2 on the ball game with an RBI. Bases are open as Thorsland hoping he can at least finish off this inning, as it looks like some heavy-duty lifting being done out in the Oneonta bullpen. in case Thorsland works himself into a jam here in this fifth inning. This was the earliest game to start in the league today as Fermi lays off the 1-0, and it's a called strike, so it goes 1-1. There was one postponement in the league already today as well, as Amsterdam and Boonville not going to play due to unsafe field conditions up there. Fermi, chopper foul on the first baseline. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Thorsland's come out of the bullpen here and looked really solid for the Outlaws, allowing just a couple of base runners, 1 hit, a walk, and a guy reached on a fielder's choice as well as this one in the dirt. Pollitt keeps it in front, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Niagara Falls and Jamestown about to get going out at Shuttleworth Park. Watertown, Mohawk Valley going to start 10 minutes after them. Newark and Elmira play at 7:05. Got a 6:45 Saugerties and Utica game as the 2-2. Towards second base, couple of skips, turning, firing for first. Got him. So a delayed call, but Ryan King going to be the first one in there on a 4-3. So Fermi sent down. Now there's back-to-back ground outs here for Albany at the top of the order to begin the fifth. Brooks Carter will come up next, Geneva and Auburn, and then, of course, our Game 2 here at Damaski, the only other 2 games on the board here in the PGCBL today is that strike 1 to Carter. He walked in the first and grounded out 6-3 back in the third as Thorsland quickly home with the 0-1. Right back to King, who can't get a glove on that one. Rolls into center, and that'll be a single for Carter.
Now batting the third base.
In Amsterdam last night, they probably would have called that an error. As Thorsland going to come back to the bump. Brody Keniston with that green batting helmet. Albany wearing just T-shirts. They're orange with white numbers. Albany pasted in blue across the front. They're using a red A as their logo this summer. Big swing. No connection was there for Keniston. He had those 2 RBIs that opened the scoring back in the first. And Cam McCougan followed 2 spots later, giving Albany 3 runs in that first inning. Long look to first, the 0-1. Grounded right back to waiting. Pitched up, waves off. Thorsland to the bag himself, unassisted. And so, Thorsland gives up a single here in the fifth, but they strand the man on base. Top of the 6th inning, coming up at Damaski Field. 4-4, going to remain your score. Top of the sixth inning here from Albany, and we're certainly getting our steps in between half innings. New pitcher for the Albany Baseball Club going to be Jack O'Connor. Is his first pitch, big swing by Hopko, as he'll fall behind 0-1. O'Connor listed on the Albany roster is 31, but he now wears 14 as the 0-1, bounced in the dirt for ball 1. Albany said they alerted the league of the change, and they've yet to change it in point streak as the 1-1 in at the knees for ball 2. O'Connor making his 4th appearance here for Albany so far on the summer. A 7.10 ERA, sits in the 3rd innings pitch. Another huge swing for Hopko. It goes 2-2. O'Connor just finished his sophomore year at Herkimer. This Albany roster has 3 Herkimer guys on it. Only behind Oneonta that has 4. It's the 2-2, tipped up foul by Hopko. Kyle Pollard, Dylan Millman going to be up behind Hopko in the 6th inning. Interesting to see O'Connor right back out here today after he went 4 1/3 last night against Saugerties. Sent up to the screen foul. Albany told us, though, before the game that they do have a shortage of arms at the moment. So they're trying to draw as many innings out of the pitchers that they have here right now as they can. Hopko sent the 2-2 to the left center gap, drifting bat. Faramy able to bring it down for the out.
Now batting, the catcher, number
Faramy went back on that one and was able to haul it in right before it got to the track. Kyle Pollard going to come up next, and he's having a conversation with McCougan before he settles in the batter's box. O'Connor did look good starting off that game against Saugerties last night. Gave up just 2 hits through his 4 1/3, 2 walks, 3 Ks. His first pitch to Polak, just inside the line, going to be a fair ball. Rolls all the way down into the corner. Polak going to turn first. He'll get to second, standing up for a double with 1 away here in the 6th.
now batting, the left fielder, number 21, Dylan.
He'll give his shin guard and extra glove to third base coach and also Outlaws head coach Keaton Mark. And go right back down there to second, hoping he can come on in to score here some way in the 6th inning and give the Outlaws their first lead of the game heading into the bat stages of this one. Millman set in the box, so good first pitch attack from Kyle Polak. What will Millman do? Not even going to have to come around. It's ball 1 in the dirt. O'Connor only went 1 inning apiece in his first 2 outings, June 1st at Glens Falls and June 3rd at Mohawk Valley. So showing last night he certainly got some length in his arm. This is 1-0, bat towards third. Kensberg going to fire to first, and he gets the put away, 5-3.
Now batting, the first baseman,
Keniston eroded for that out at first, but a productive out to advance Polak over to third. As Connor Waiting will come up here for Oneonta. So the 5th run of the day for the Outlaws, now just 90 feet away. And they need a good piece of hitting from Connor Waiting, who's walked twice so far in this one. Waiting will lay off the first one as it goes 1-0. Nobody up and throwing down in the Albany bullpen here in this 6th inning, so we'll see if we see O'Connor in the 7th as well. The 1-0. Waiting once again, won't even offer, but a called strike up and away, 1-1 it is. 1-1 to Waiting. Smotai in the air, out towards left center field, coming on over. Daniels hauls it in for the out. Waiting, sent that one high and far in the air, but not enough on it, as that'll be another runner left on base for the Outlaws, as they've left 5 on base already in this one. Bottom of the 6th inning straight ahead. It's a 4-4 game here in game 1. 5, 6, 7 up in the Albany order. Bottom half of the sixth here back at Damaski Field, and still a 4-4 game. Thorsland remaining out on the hill as the first pitch going to be sent off foul by Joey Slattery. Slattery 1 for 2 in the ball game so far as he flew out to center back in the first, singled in the third, stole second, but was left there. As Albany Baseball Club has already left 5 on base in this game as that goes for ball 1. Slattery back even in at 1-1. Wind starting to pick up as it's blowing towards center. It looks like from the way the flag's waving. McCougan and Zakarowicz going to be up to follow Slattery, who belts this one past Waiting into right field. Slattery's going to have himself a single to lead off the sixth. Thought about testing Hopko, but like we said in our post of the play of the game from Tuesday, League on Watts definitely don't run on Jack Hopko because he certainly has a cannon out there in right field for the Outlaws. Hopko, good to see him back in the field tonight after he was in the designated hitter role for Oneonta up at Amsterdam last night. Cam McCougan now going to settle himself in. Had an RBI double in the first as Thorsland's pickoff attempt couldn't be laid on in time by Waiting. Pretty cloudy afternoon, all things considered here at Damaski, but the sun creeping out once again in the sixth inning. Thorsland nods and delivers. Bunt attempt is Polak, a throw down to second. Bit late as Slattery's got himself a stolen bag, his second one of the game. One ball, no strikes on McCougan. We're deep counts in both of his first 2 at-bats. Waiting, going to come in from first, now with his bag empty. Bateman playing a couple steps up as well. 1-0, tipped up foul. As that one stays in the ballpark, coming to the right of press row area. 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out. And just a reminder, Game 2 coming up 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1 right here on our same stream on YouTube. We're not ending things and forcing you to find another one, so just hang right here with us as it goes to 2-1. We'll be back here on Monday as well after an off day tomorrow for a game against the Utica Blue Sox, who've only lost once through their first couple of games. Got a pretty good team assembled up there. Should be a great ball game on Monday night here at Damaski. It's the 2-1 from Thorsland, in high at the hands for ball 3. In the 7th inning, we'll take another look at the PGCBL out-of-town scoreboard before we go to our 30-minute break. There's a handful of games already getting started here now as we're getting close to 7 o'clock. 3-1 from Thorsland. Skied out towards right field. Hopko drifting over to the corner. Not going to get there. Good run, though, by Hopko, trying to track that one down in foul ground on the right field line. Both corner outfielders for Oneonta pinched in, so Hopko had quite a bit of territory to cover to get to that one. 3 balls and 2 strikes, still nobody out. Slattery stands at second. Outlaws really need to keep Albany scoreless here in this bottom of the sixth. There's the 7th inning, of course, the final one in the regulation 7 we play here in these doubleheader games. 3-2 pitch from Thorsland, tipped up foul. So we'll do the payoff offering again. Coogan comes out of the box, taking a breath. Now he'll set himself right back up in there. Dan Mataffy going to get the ball in Game 2 for the Outlaws. Looked good against Watertown on Tuesday. Swing and a miss as Thorsland picks up a good K. It's his first one coming out of the Outlaw bullpen as Thorsland, certainly more of a contact pitcher. But you love to see him get a swinging K in there. And there's now 1 away for Zakarowicz. Zakarowicz 0 for 2 in the ball game for the Albany Baseball Club. Check look down to second, Thorsland home. Called strike in at the knees, 0-1. 6-0, 165 is Zakarwich from Chalfont, Pennsylvania, so a few hours south of this area. Thorsland, another long lip to second. The 0-1 pitch bounced in the dirt. Polak going to keep it in front. And Slattery going to stay put down there at second. First and third are open here for the Outlaws defense as the Shadows now covering the entirety of center and right field. As we said, a very cloudy day ahead of ball game time. The sun has peeked out a couple of times throughout game one. Albany has 8 hits in the game to the Outlaws 5. Albany has 3 errors on the defensive side of the ball to Oneonta's just 1 though. 1-1 right up the middle, charging over Hardin, fires to first in time for the out, sits 3. Hardin turned that one on the move to first. One thing that makes him so diligent out there in the field. Wofford's getting a good one in Tanner Hardin. It's that left side of the infield for Oneonta, great with the glove. Up will come Donovan Rodin, who's reached base both times. Singled and came around to score in the second. Walked and was forced out, sits 4 in the fourth. Thorsland, now with the 5th run, 90 feet away. Put that one low for the Worms, 1-0. Outlaws bat playing scenery they're used to tonight, having the dirt on the infield as we played turf up there at Amsterdam last night. 1-0 towards the gap in right center, gonna fall between Dale and Hopko. Coming in is Slattery, big turn for Rodin as he's gonna chug into second, and he's got himself a double as it's 5-4 Albany. Skips away from Thorsland. Rodin thought about third, but he'll head back, content with the double. So that's going to force the Outlaws into a situation in the 7th inning where they have to score.
Number 8, Jan Aviva.
5-4 ball game, bottom of the 6th. And just a reminder, we are playing 2. So both games just 7 innings long. And the Outlaws going to be looking to tie this game up when they come to the plate in the 7th. 2 away for Avila. Skyrockets his first pitch out in the shallow left. Hardin back on it, and he comes underneath it for the out. It'll be a P6 in the shallow left field, but the Albany Baseball Club adds another run as they've scored for the first time since the second to take a 5-4 lead. The 7th inning coming up here at Damaski Field. The Outlaws have to score as their 4-game win streak is on the line. Top of the 7th inning. Welcome back to Damaski Field. Albany has once again made a call to the bullpen as they will be on their 4th arm of game 1. The new pitcher is Von Baker. Just finished his senior year at Cornell. Is a big, intimidating presence on the mound. 6'7", 235, and he's from St. Johnsville. Had a very inflated ERA at Cornell, but believe it or not, of his 3 years there, it was the lowest he had. Posted a 15.04 in 22, came back in 23 and posted a 10.55, and then this year had an 8.56 in 13 appearances. So the Outlaws hoping they can ring up Baker here in the 7th inning as their 4-game win streak is on the line here. King going to lead off the frame as it's 9-10-1 for Oneonta. King holds up on the first pitch as it's ball 1. Baker has appeared in 1 game already for Albany this summer. Was against Mohawk Valley on Monday night. 2 hits and a run he gave up, walking 2 and striking out 1 as he pitched the 7th. 1-0, sent up foul by King as it goes to 1-1. This place really starting to fill up here at Damaski as we approach our 30-minute break between the 2 games. We'll come back and play game 2, another 7-inning affair. Albany will be the visitors, Oneonta the home team, as King gets hit by that one right on the number. So King will throw his bat away, and the Outlaws immediately going to have a base runner here to begin the 7th inning. Huge spot for Jack Bateman right now, as he's 0 for 2 in the game and needs a hit in a big way here for the Outlaws. Even a want certainly wouldn't be anything to frown on. Just get guys on base is the goal here in the 7th inning. Outlaws have not been put in a situation like this yet this year where it's come down to this final inning, but the wins across this 4-game streak have come in a variety of ways. King immediately on the move. Bateman got that one down in fair territory. Charging down there goes McCougan, watching it roll. Stays inside the line, and it'll be 1st and 2nd with nobody out. Heck of a bunt play for Jack Bateman that time. McCougan and Keniston thought that one was going to go foul, but it didn't. And so King will be at 2nd, Bateman's at 1st, and Tanner Hardin going to come up. Perfect spot for the Outlaws to be in as you get back to the top of the order with nobody out and already 2 on base. 5-4 they trail here in the 7th inning against Von Baker in the Albany Baseball Club in game 1 of this doubleheader. Check look down to 2nd. Hardin tries to pop the bunt down. Umpire going to say it's strike 1. Don't even know why you had to look to the field ump on that one, but it's 0-1. As Hardin cleanly foul tipped that one. Shadows creeping in now towards the infield. Nobody out here in the 7th. Baker's 0-1. Hardin once again tried bunt. He couldn't get it down, so it'll be 0-2. And now Hardin either going to have to take or swing. You think he'll be swinging here with a count 0-2 as he's behind against Baker. Pounding the zone with fastballs, and the Outlaws getting the best of him so far. 0-2 pitch from Baker. Put bat foul by Tanner Hardin as he stays alive. Put that one right back to the left to the Albany dugout. Rob Enselum, their coach, who played a couple years of collegiate ball out at Oakland U and even played 1 pro season in the Frontier League. Enselum loving the task of coming here this summer and coaching for this Albany Baseball Club. As early on in the game, that would have been a balk, but we're not going to get a balk call this time. So Baker steps off and now going to reset. 0-2 our count. With the wind blowing, Hardin, chopper towards 3rd. Keniston takes it to the bag. The fire to 1st in time for the out. And there's 2 quickly away here for the Outlaws. And they're down to their last out.
Batting the designated hitter, number 1, Brendan Connolly.
There was no way Ryan King was going to run that one out, trying to get down there to third with how closely it was hit to the bag for Keniston to just take it in there. So Brendan Connolly it is, a guy who has been rather cold for the Outlaws today after being their top hitter through the first 5 games. 0 for 3, and now looking to come up huge, takes a strike as he falls behind 0-1. Flew out to left back in the first inning, struck out swinging in the 3rd and 5th. Sets the bat up on his shoulder with a count 0-1. Connolly gonna shoot it back foul, and it goes 0-2. So the Outlaws are down to their final strike here in game 1. They have Bateman down at second. Connolly's at the dish trying to keep this game going. The 4-game win streak for the Outlaws on the line here at the hands of this Albany Baseball Club, who's lost 2 in a row. Von Baker bat set, the 0-2 pitch up and away as Connolly hangs in there. We'll see if Connolly stays in the lineup in game 2 here for Keaton Mark and Josiah Azka. As they said, they might shift some parts around depending on performances in game 1. Connolly, I know he's had a shoulder issue that's been bugging him the last few days as well as the 1-2. Up and away, ball 2. So you got to wonder if that shoulder thing that Connolly has had going on playing any part in his day at the plate today. He's worked it bad from an 0-2 now to 2-2. As the sun has once again disappeared. The 2-2 from Baker. Is Connolly going to keep it going at the dish. 5 pitches now he's taken as the count stays 2-2. Just tip that one straight up back into the screen. Right behind home. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Baker with a quick glance to second. Bateman stands there for Oneonta. Connolly another foul tip. As this will be pitch 7. Outlaws do have action down in their bullpen if they need an arm for this bottom of the 7th inning. Hoping that they can force extra innings for the first time this year. Got to tie things up though first. Quick glance to second. The 2-2 pitch from Baker. Connolly sent up foul just in front of the Outlaw clubhouse area. That one will fall, as he's now fouled off 4 in a row. Feel the energy in the ballpark with lots of kids on hand for this one. Oneonta Elementary School's PTO sponsoring our free general admission here on this Saturday night. The 2-2 delivery. Connolly right on the line to second. Zakarowicz catches it on the line for the 3rd out. And Oneonta's 4-game win streak comes to an end here in game 1. 4 runs on 6 hits, 1 error. In Albany, 5 runs on 9 hits and 3 errors in game 1, as the Outlaws can't take advantage of the rough fielding day for Albany here in game 1. But the Outlaws certainly have some positives to take away from game 1. But another game where the run production just certainly doesn't match where this Outlaw team would like to be, and so they head into this 30-minute break, trying to come back in game 2 and take one before the off day so they can have some momentum rolling into Utica. So 4-6-1 going to be the final line for Oneonta in game 1, 5-9-3 for Albany in game 1. We're going to step aside for a quick break. When we come back, we'll wrap up game 1 and get ready for game 2 here with you. Back here live with you on Outlaws YouTube as we wrap up game one, 5-4 the final as you see. And both teams, the Nets came up, going to start in approximately 30 minutes as we'll play two here on this Saturday at Damaski Field. And it's a great Saturday in the sports world, not only for the fact that we have a doubleheader here between these two, but also game one of the Stanley Cup final. Coming up later on is Florida and Edmonton going to meet up in the Cup final this year. It is the furthest that two teams have had to travel to see each other in a Cup final ever. But that's besides the point now. 4-6-1, the final line for Oneonta in game one. As a couple of RBIs come from the bottom half of the order, including Dylan Millman, who's the most notable for Oneonta in game one, as he goes 1 for 3 at the dish. And Jent Bateman down there in the bottom goes 1 for 3 as well. But the Outlaws only got a couple of RBIs in that game in total, which we'll talk more about in game two because we're going to waste no time stepping aside. Brody Keniston certainly makes good do on things for Albany in game number one as he has a 2 RBI double in that first inning. And then he goes 0 for the rest of the way with a line out in the third and an unassisted put away in the fifth. But 5-4 Albany the score as we'll wrap that off the screen for you and leave things here live with you ahead of game two. 5-4 Albany takes game one. We'll be back for game two in about a half hour. The lights are on here at Damaski Field, and we're just about ready for game two. Welcome back. Here is Dan Mataffy, the starter for this second game of our doubleheader against the Albany Baseball Club, finishing up his warm-up tosses. Albany will be the visiting team for game two against the Oneonta Outlaws, who just saw their win streak come to an end about a half hour ago to this squad. We're going to flash our lineup for game two here on the screen for you. We just posted it on Facebook and Instagram. Tanner Harden and Lucas Grantham, the only two back in the lineup for game two. Tanner Harden leads off at short. Jaden Ross, pitcher to the left, going to be in center field. Easton Blassa in left field hits third. Colton Harrison, who's just recently entered the transfer portal, going to be at first. Lucas Grantham is behind the plate. Brody Rowley down at second. Chase Armstrong hits seventh. He's the extra hitter. Marco Moises, the right fielder, hits eighth. Darren Dangler of South Courtright going to be the designated hitter, hitting ninth. Owen Burnsworth, your third baseman, hits 10th. And, of course, your starters, we mentioned already, Dan Mataffy. We'll get our score bug on the screen for you, and we'll get ready to go for the first pitch as Dan Mataffy from the first base side kicks and delivers for ball one to the leadoff batter for Albany, Joey Slattery. Slattery back in the lineup for game two. As he drills this one right to first, Harrison picks up, takes it to the bag unassisted, and there's one away here in the top of the first.
Now batting the center fielder, number 12, Luke.
This crowd is definitely filled in nicely from what it was at 5 o'clock when we first started game one. It's a free night sponsored by Oneonta Elementary School's PTO, so got to give them a huge shout out and a thank you for sponsoring our two games here tonight. Mataffy delivers this one, rocketed towards second. Raleigh picks up, fields to Harrison, and there's two down here in the top of the first as Luke Philippi retired on one pitch.
Now batting the extra hitter, number 20, Brody Keniston.
Brody Keniston going to come up next here for Albany. He was 1 for 3 in game one with a pair of RBIs and a run scored. Has that all-green batting helmet that we were talking to you about in game one. Certainly looks rather sharp. Is Keniston an even keel stance against Mataffy, who already has two away. First pitch swinging in foul ground. Harrison coming over Grantham, too, and it hits the top of the dugout here for Albany. As that certainly would have been something to go 4 pitches and 3 outs in the top of the first, but Mataffy going to have to throw at bare minimum one more. Nothing in ones, now the count on Keniston. Donovan Roden, the designated hitter, waiting on deck behind Mataffy. Lucas Grantham gave him a new baseball. Grantham has family in town for this doubleheader today. His mom and grandma all the way up from Smyrna, Georgia, with his birthday on tap Monday. The 0-1 from Mataffy, swing and a miss. He about sent Keniston down to a knee on that one. Mataffy 1 strike away from getting out of this top of the first inning in his second start here as an Outlaw. 6-4, 200 is Mataffy, 0-2. Going to come right back to him. Takes his time, fires to first in time. That'll be a 1-3 here to end this top half of the first inning. Albany goes down 1-2-3 in the top of the first, and your Outlaws are coming to bat here to begin game two when we come back. Keaton, Mark, and Josiah Aska said they want a guy who's contributing at the top of that lineup, and Tanner Harden certainly living up to that description right now. Harden had a good showing in game one, 2 for 4 up there with a pair of RBIs. He leads off again in game two as that one sails up and away for ball one from Albany starter John Gerfin. Sits 0, 195. He is the first lefty starter that the Outlaws have seen here in 2024 thus far, as Gerfin's 1-0. Sent towards third, picked up by Zakarowicz. Took his time, got it to first, though, in time for the out. Zakarowicz kind of bobbled that ball at first, but still got to throw off in time to retire Tanner Harden, as Jaden Ross going to come up next. It was nice to meet Mr. Ross these last couple of days, as he was up at Glens Falls on Monday where we first talked to him, and then he came to Amsterdam last night as well. So I know he was heading back to Florida today. Mr. Ross, we hope you made it safe to Florida. As Jaden now back in the box, swinging at this one as it goes up foul. Ross drawn back into the lineup here in game two, 6'1", 185, as he just concluded his junior year of college down at the U of South Florida. 2 for 12 in his Outlaw tenure thus far as the 0-1 tip straight bat foul. Ross was one guy that Keaton March cited in our pregame interview before game one after the team finished BP as a guy who certainly the numbers don't show it, but Ross has been hitting the ball hard and just hasn't gotten some balls to fall in. Is the 0-2 in at the knees for ball one. Ross, a guy that Keaton and Josiah are hoping can get some balls to begin falling his way and hopefully see his batting average skyrocket, because he certainly deserves it. Jaden's a great ball player, but an even better guy, as this one skips in the dirt and rolls away for ball two. 2-2 goes the count on Ross. 0 for 2 last night. Had an RBI with a sat fly that he had in the 8th inning, which broke up that streak. That was another thing Keaton Mark talked about. Outlaws put up 7 in the first, but then went 6 innings without a run. It's the 2-2 at the knees for ball three. Ross works that count from 1-2 back to 3-2 as it's now full with the lights coming into effect here at Damaski. The sun's completely gone away and a pretty cloudy start for game two as we approach that 8 o'clock hour. 3-2, sent right back towards Gerfin. He runs over to first and gives it off to Bernard over there for the out. 1-3 on the little chopper back to the mound, and there's 2 away for Ethan Glossa. Glossa 5'11", 150 from Oak Park, Illinois. He's 4 for 11 with 6 runs scored, has a pair of RBIs, 2 walks, and a strikeout. Gonna come in tight for ball one. Glossa just finished his sophomore year up at Herkimer, so he's a general. Comes in high again for ball two. Gerfin just finished his sophomore year at Cornell, and we saw one of his teammates in game one as him and Von Baker have been down together for the Big Red for the last couple of years. The 2-0, Glossa out towards right field. Slattery coming in on it for the out. So the Outlaws go down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the first inning after Albany does the exact same in the top of the first. So 6 men have come to the plate here in game two. Everybody has been retired. Top of the second coming up next here on Outlaws YouTube. Welcome back to Damaski Field. As we once again want to remind you, if you haven't subscribed already, make sure you do today at Oneonta Outlaws PGCBL here on YouTube, because all games, home and road, with the exception of our trips to Mohawk Valley and what we just found out, Utica as well, cannot stream at those two spots. So all the rest of our games streamed here as the count goes 1-0 on a leadoff batter for Albany in the second, and Donovan Roden. 1-0 delivery from Mataffy. Roden sky high out towards right field. Not going to have a play on it as it falls into the Albany bullpen. Left to right in the outfield for Oneonta in game two, it's Glossa, Ross, and Moises. From first to third on the infield, Harrison, Raleigh, Hardin, Burnsworth. Grantham is behind the plate for Mataffy. Mataffy in his start on Tuesday night had Taggart back there. So a second consecutive start with a different catcher is the 1-1. High at the knees for ball two. Broke right back over the plate the way he wanted. As Roden gonna belt this one up in foul ground, right field side. Moises drifts over for the play. It'll be an F9 for the first out of the second.
Number 1, Matt Thorson.
And Matt Thorson gonna step up next. Thorson did not play in game one for this Albany team, so we'll see him for the first time here in game two. Thorson 6'3", 190, just 1 for 9 to begin his ABC tenure, with his lone hit coming in the 9-5 win against Mohawk Valley Monday. Mataffy bounced that one, kicked up a bit of dirt as it goes to 1-0. Albany ended the Outlaws' 4-game win streak in game one with a 5-4 victory as the 1-0 once again in the dirt for ball two. The Outlaws got their first 2 base runners on base in the 7th inning in game one, and then Albany got a gift-wrapped double play that quickly gave the Outlaws 2 outs, and then they recorded that final out with Von Baker out there to grab the 5-4 win to set up a game here in game two. Both teams 4-2 entering this game two matchup. Tip straight up foul behind the plate. 2-1 it'll go. So this is a critical early season game in the standings as both teams trying to keep pace with Saugerties in the Eastern Division as the Stallions yet to lose, and they're on the road tonight taking on a tough Utica Blue Sox squad. 2-1 right to short. Hardin left up for that one. Gonna send one back foul. He's 1 for 3 to start his Albany days. Has a strikeout as well. Has not come to the plate since Monday when he went 1 for 3 in that game against Mohawk Valley. The 0-1 from Mataffy, low and outside. Ball 1 as it goes back even. Ryan Feremi, the left fielder. David Bernard playing first. Aiden Zakarowicz, the third baseman. And Matt Cruz at second round out this Albany order for game two. Big swing there and no connection as it goes to 1-2 here on Carruthers. So Mataffy looking for another strike to get out of this inning, pick up his first K of the evening as the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Mataffy going to mow him down 1-2-3 for the second consecutive inning. And we go to the bottom half of the second here at Damaski Field. 0-0 between Albany and the Outlaws in game two. Welcome back here on Outlaws YouTube. Bottom of the second inning, and it'll be 4 or 5 sits up in the order here for Oneonta, as all 9 hitters who have come to the plate so far in Game 2 have been retired by our 2 starting pitchers. Oneonta, Dan Mataffy on the bump here for Game 2 of Holy Cross, and John Gerfin representing Cornell straight out of Brewster, New York on the hill for Albany Game 2. Harrison going to lead off the second for the Outlaws. He's an even kill stance in the box one again, going to be a bit high for ball 1. Coming to Oneonta from Lafayette, Louisiana. Just wants to change his scenery in a new spot next year. He didn't play much in his freshman year here at U of NO. The 1-1 from Gerfin. Swing and a miss as Harrison couldn't put a ball in play with that one. Harrison 0 for 3 up at Amsterdam last night. Had a strikeout and a run scored. Got Game 1 off here today. As Gerfin's 1-2, swing and a miss. As he picks up his first K, sending Harrison down swinging. For those who like to score along at home and you don't know how to set up those strikeouts, a backwards K is a looking K, and a forwards K a swinging K. So give a swinging K and a forwards one to Colton Harrison, and Lucas Grantham going to come up next. Lucas Grantham posing for some photos in batting practice today, which we'll use when Monday rolls around, as the count's going to go to 1-0. Grantham was hitting some rockets in batting practice before Game 1 today. Didn't exactly have the best Game 1. Is just the 1-0, going to miss outside for ball 2. So he goes 0 for 3 in Game 1 with a strikeout as the extra hitter here for Mark Anaska. Trying to be the first man to reach base here in Game 2 as the 2-0. Called strike right down the gut. Brody Raleigh, the second baseman, going to follow up behind Grantham. Chase Armstrong, the extra hitter. Marco Moises in right. Darren Danglers, the DH. And Owen Burnsworth, the third baseman in the 10 spot, as the 2-1 towards short. Thorson picks up, fires to Bernard in time, as it'll be 6-3 for out number 2.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 5,
Brody Raleigh will come up next here for Oneonta. Raleigh looked anxious in the dugout, sitting and watching Game 1. 5'10", 190, just finished his freshman year at Western Carolina. And his dad's team from down in Endwell playing in the state tournament and the state championship today. Never got a score and a result out of that one. But Raleigh certainly baseball ties, and we talked about it on our broadcast last night, but him and Jack Hopko, who you saw in right field in Game 1 for the Outlaws, part of that Maine Endwell Little League World Series winning team from a few years back. Raleigh quickly ahead in the count, 2-0. 2 for 8 is Raleigh, as he went 0 for 2 with a walk last night. Also got hit by a pitch. He's trying to get himself back in the hit column for the first time since Tuesday, when he had a 1 for 3 night with a couple of RBIs against Watertown. 2-1 pitch from Gerfin. Raleigh going to send it up foul. Just curved to the right of the Outlaw bullpen. Raleigh broke his bat on that one, so he's going to need a new stick to swing here with the count 2-2 and 2 away. Have to get that bat just the way he wants. Now he'll strut back to the plate. Again, the count is 2-2 with 2 away here in the bottom of the second. Still nobody has reached base in any fashion here in Game 2. 2-2 from Gerfin. Raleigh shoots it straight bat foul. Raleigh working a deep count here against Gerfin, who's now fired 5 to him. Gerfin comes from Brewster, New York. A lot of good sports teams from down in that area as he bounced that one on the plate for ball 3. One that first came to my mind when I saw Brewster was the New York Apple Corps, who had a heck of a season in the EHL. There's Gerfin with a little nod to the plate with a payoff pitch. Ball 4 as Rowley's the first man to reach base here in game 2.
Now batting the extra hitter, number 18, Chase Armstrong.
So Rowley draws a free pass. And up will come Chase Armstrong, the extra hitter, who stopped by our pregame show prior to game 1 today. That interview is posted for your viewing pleasures on Facebook and Instagram. Armstrong, big swing, put it up foul. He broke down that first inning triple that he had last night, talked about the Mohawks bullpen that kept the Outlaws so cold for innings 2 to 7 last night. Oneonta only scored in the first 8 and 9th last night, but it was enough to take down the defending champs as the 0-1 in at the knees for strike 2. So Armstrong quickly falling behind here to Gerfin. Armstrong going to be looking for his pitcher. Rowley on the move. Throw down to second. Not going to be in time as Rowley gets a bag. He'll be in scoring position with a 1-2 count on Chase Armstrong. Armstrong, a switch hitter who opted to take this at bat to the right side. Only switch hitter in the Oneonta lineup. Only one they have on the whole roster at that. Is the 1-2 Rowley on the move, swing and a miss, but that does it for the inning. Armstrong down on strikes. Rowley would have had third, but that does it for the second. Oneonta strands a runner as Brody Rowley was the first man to reach base. To the third we go, 0-0 here in game 2. To the third inning we go as it'll be 7, 8, 9 up in the order for Albany as the first hits have been sent down in a row by Dan Mataffey of Holy Cross. Mataffey working from the first base side. First pitch of the inning, going to be a ball low and away. It's Ryan Ferremi, David Bernard, Aiden Zakarowicz with Matt Cruz. Wheaton is the fourth guy to come to the plate if necessary. Ball 2 from Mataffey. In just a moment, we'll take our first look of Game 2 at the PGCBL out-of-town scoreboard. 2-0. Going to be a called strike to Ferremi as Mataffey gets one back. Ferremi 1 for 3 in Game 1 with an RBI. And a couple of walks and a strikeout as well as the 2-1. Right back to Mataffey. Jogs toward first, underhands it to Armstrong. And that'll be 1-3 for the first out of the third.
Now batting the first baseman,
David Bernard will come up next, 6'2", 230, from Schenectady. Just wrapped up his sophomore year at Herkimer. He's played in all but one game for this Albany team so far. As he shoots a bullet into right field, falls in front of the line. He's got the first hit of the game. He's turning first, gonna head for second as Moises misplays this one. He's in standing up, and Bernard's got a double. He swings at the first pitch, as that certainly didn't take long. And after the Outlaws get a runner in scoring position with 2 away and 2 strikes on Armstrong in the bottom half of the inning, there's just 1 away here in the top of the third, and Albany has their first runner in scoring position. Adam Zakarowicz playing third base here in game 2. Going to come on up. Zakarowicz played second in game 1. He's a utility guy on this Albany roster, as Mataffi answers back with a nice breaking strike. Zakarowicz 6'0", 165, representing Xavier on this roster. Just 2 for 13 to begin his summer, as he had an 0 for 3 game 1 here against Oneonta. The check flip down to second, home with the 0-1. Is this one sky high on the infield? Who's going to get to it? Mataffi gives way for Brody Raleigh, as it's a P4 for out number 2. As we reminded you in game 1, for those of you who don't know baseball and are like, P4, what is that? Not knowing that Brody Raleigh's playing second, Mataffi represents the 1 in terms of scoring. The catcher is 2. First base is 3rd, second base is 4, third base 5, shortstop 6, and 7, 8, 9 is left to right in the outfield in terms of position-wise. 2 away in the inning, and the first pitch is going to be bounced. Grantham keeps it in front. He's a great defensive catcher here for Keaton Mark and Josiah Aska. From Smyrna, Georgia is he. And Grantham, one of 3 guys on this Outlaw roster, heading to Wofford in the fall, joining Cullen Condon, who won our player of the game the other day with a great 5-inning start with 11 strikeouts. Checklet down to second. Mataffi now home with the 1-0. Straight bat foul as Matt Cruz evens it up. Matt Cruz hitting in the 10 spot in this lineup for the first time. 5'11", 165 from North Belmore. He didn't play game 1, so drawn back in game 2. He was part of both losses at Saugerties earlier on this week. The 1-1 huge swing and no connection for Cruz as it's 1-2. Mataffi making quick work of this Albany lineup the first time through, allowing just 1 to reach, which was Bernard, who stands at second. Put one in fair ground down in right field. Mataffi's 1-2, bounced in the dirt. Grantham gonna immediately pop that mask off as the count goes 2-2. Great defensive catcher, Grantham behind the plate. Oneonta certainly fortunate in the respect to the defense they have behind the plate. Between him, Jeremy Taggart, and Darren Dangler, they're certainly fortunate with their bat stop situation this summer. 2-2 from Mataffi, out towards right field, curves into the Albany bullpen area. And so Cruz stays alive. Mataffi will come off the rubber, take a moment to regroup here. Nothing wrong with taking an extra second. Is Mataffi going to look on home? Big breath, the checklet, the 2-2. Out towards right field. Moises going to track this one in the corner. Can't get it on the backhand. Coming on in to score is David Bernard. Sliding into second base is Cruz. And Albany is on the board here first for the second consecutive game. Cruz gets himself an RBI double to bring around David Bernard. And after talking about Mataffi making quick work of the Albany lineup, he gives up a run here in the third. And to the top of the order we go for Joey Slattery. Slattery grounded out, 3 unassisted his first time up. from Florida Atlantic U. We love to see Florida represented. Is that one low and away outside, ball one. Slattery himself from Charlotte, North Carolina, so he loves the warm weather climate. Probably a whole different ball game playing up here tonight. Has got cool temperatures for game two as we're probably high 60s, low 70s. 1-0. Out in the right once again. Cruz and Matt Cruz gonna stop at third. And no, I didn't intend for a play on words there. Cruz and Cruz gonna stop at third. Joey Slattery at first. And it's first and third with 2 away here in the third. Mataffy now hoping that he can get this third out and get out of the inning, just giving up the 1 as he surrendered 3 hits already in this third frame. He gave up a run in the first inning against Watertown and then settled down. As Mataffy at the hands with this one for strike 1. His final line against Watertown, 11 hits, 5 runs, 4 of which were earned. So Mataffy, the scouting report coming in, was a contact guy, lived up to that. Raleigh on the 1-up, gonna knock it down, turns to second as Harden was there. It's a 4-6 to retire Joey Slattery over there. Philippi gonna have a fielder's choice here in the third as they're gonna leave a pair on base. They score 1. Into the bottom of the third we go here in Oneonta. In game 2, it's 1-0 Albany.
Harold Froman, your wallet.
Bottom of the third inning from Oneonta, and we have a new pitcher on the hill for Albany as their starter in John Gerfin only makes it through 2 frames and allows just 1 outlaw to reach base. Moises going to give a strike. Darren Dangler and Owen Burnsworth going to be up behind him in the back part of this outlaw order. The 0-1 low and away outside, ball 1. So the count goes to 1-1, and Dangler, the designated hitter, taking some bid practice hats. Moises shoots the 0-1 into the gap in right center field. First hit for the Outlaws as they're in business to start the third.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 3, Darren Dangler.
Dangler going to come to the plate. He sat out of game one, and he draws back in. Here's the DH. I know Darren hoping that he could get some reps in the field, which he certainly will moving forward, as he's played in just 2 games thus far for the Outlaws. Monday at Glens Falls, and then he got his home debut against Boonville on Wednesday. Moises wants to go. Dangler in the left field. This one drops down. 2 Outlaws are going to be on base to start this 3rd inning. Dangler gets his first home hit, and it's 1st and 2nd with nobody out here in the 3rd. Owen Burnsworth going to come up next. Burnsworth, another guy. Set it back in the 1st inning, but only 2 guys for the Outlaws played game 1 that are in this lineup for game 2. So Burnsworth, one who draws in here for game 2 after getting the afternoon off. Corner infielders drifting in for Albany as Burnsworth was showing bunt. Count goes to 1-0. Is Mike Romano, the Lafayette Jr., allowing back-to-back hits. Burnsworth trying to drop a bunt down. Pulls his bat back. Both base runners going to advance for the Outlaws, and there's 2 in scoring position here in the bottom of the 3rd. So it'll be a wild pitch here on Mike Romano, and it's a 2-0 count on Owen Burnsworth. Burnsworth 5'11", 185. Going to send one to the screen behind the plate, 2-1. Just concluded his freshman year up at RPI, making his 3rd appearance for the Outlaws, all of which have been at home. But Oneonta has played just 2 road games, so take that into account. Below, ball 3. This is pitching change for Albany and head coach Rob Insulin. Certainly not what they had hoped it'd be. Burnsworth in the air to the left center. Gap drops down. Moises coming in to score. Dangler going to get to 3rd, and it'll be runners at the corners in this 1-1 tie in the bottom of the 3rd.
Now batting the shortstop, number 16, Tanner Harden.
Burnsworth picks up an RBI, which is his first as an Outlaw. So congratulations to Owen Burnsworth for that one. 1st and 3rd, it'll be still nobody out in the top of the order here in the 3rd. Harden at the plate as the Outlaws trying to rebound and win this game 2 after a 5-4 game 1 loss if you missed our earlier 7-inning affair. Outlaws got a couple of base runners in the 7th inning that they just couldn't drive around as Albany got gift-wrapped a double play, and the catcher in Carruthers springs up as the count goes 2-0. Carruthers going to have to regather himself, resetting his mask here in this bottom of the 3rd. 2-0 check swing. Harden came around, no doubts. 2-1 it'll go on this leadoff man for the Outlaws. Harden up in that 1 spot for the 3rd consecutive game as the 2-1 drilled up over that big netting line on the first base side. Foul, 2-2. Harden readjusting his hands in the box. Choking up quite a bit on the bat. Now with 2 strikes, still nobody away. Romano delivers. Harden out towards right field. Absolute bullet. Slattery going back on it. He can't make the play. Dangler's going to score. Burnsworth cruising to 3rd, and that's a double for Tanner Harden. Picks up an RBI in the process, and the Outlaws lead 2-1. So the Outlaws certainly got their rally caps on here in the bottom of the 3rd after Albany scores first in the top half of the inning. Don't know why they didn't keep John Griffin out there for longer as he let solid through his first 2 innings. Maybe he was on a pitch count, but being just his 2nd appearance, you would have thought something a little bit more as Ross took a swing, couldn't connect, trails 0-1. He's got 2 in scoring position. As Burnsworth is at 3rd, Harden at 2nd, 0-1 In tight for ball one. So the count goes even here on Jaden Ross. He waves the bat around. At the knees, this comes for a strike. And Ross certainly having a word with the home plate umpire after that one. Balls and strike calls a little all over the place in game one, and we've seen a couple here that have been iffy calls in game two. 1-2. Gonna bounce it into foul ground. Nice pick down there at third by Zakarowicz to not let it get too far. Gave it to Keaton Mark, who gave it back to the Outlaw dugout. Is this dugout certainly jammed full of Outlaws with just a couple of guys in the pen down there. Ross sends one straight back. It's the Mats behind the play. It wasn't even high enough to catch the netting. As this will be pitch number 6 to the at-bat coming up, despite it being still just a 1-2 count. 4 hits already in the inning for the Outlaws. As this one bounced, and Carruthers didn't know where it was. Romano had to come charging in. Made sure the Outlaw base runners didn't try to advance. So 2-2 it is. Here in this bottom half of the third with already 2 runs in. Outlaws back home here Monday to face Utica in a 7 o'clock start as Raj shoots that one right up the middle. Thorson charging in, fires it to first and airmailed that throw. Ross is going to turn it in for second. 2 more across the plate, and it's 4-1 Oneonta here in the bottom of the third.
Now batting the left fielder, number 30, Ethan.
So Ross gets all the way down to second. It'll be a 2-base error. As it's 4-1. Ethan Glossa going to roll into the box here for the Outlaws. Colton Harrison, Lucas Grantham going to be behind him. As Ross, a huge lead off second. First pitch in high at the hands for ball one. Glossa flew out to right field his first time up. As Romano delivers the 1-0. Right past his glove. Once again, it's short. Thorson to first in time for the out, but a productive out as Ross advances. As it 6-3 for the opening out of the inning with now Jaden Ross down at third base.
Now batting the first baseman, number 33, Colton Harrison.
Colton Harrison struck out swinging his first time up in the second. And now up at the dish in 2 consecutive frames. Took a big swing at the fastball. Harrison about tumbled down to a knee, trying to connect on that one. Is Oneonta 4 runs home in the inning, 4 hits in this inning as well. That one going to hit Harrison on the hand. It's not like Harrison has a stance where he's right over the plate, but surprisingly enough, he gets hit already for a 5th time here in 2024. And it'll be runners at the corners and 1 out here for the Outlaws in the bottom of the third. As Albany going to shift things over to double play defense and hope that they can get out of this inning. Carruthers going to come out and talk to his new pitcher, trying to settle down Romano, who's really had no moment to breathe since he entered this game. Romano from Spring City, Pennsylvania, appearing in his 3rd game already for this Albany Baseball Club squad. He pitched on opening day at Glens Falls through 2 innings. Gave up 3 hits and 2 runs, neither which were charged as earned, and then turned around through 3 innings in mop-up duty at Saugerties in that big 16-2 loss, which came on Wednesday. On the move, Harrison gets down to second, no problem, as he'll have himself a stolen base here in the third. So a great heads-up play for Harrison. His first base coach, Josiah Aska, continuing to be aggressive with these Outlaws and getting them moving quickly. 2 in scoring position for Lucas Grantham, who takes ball 1. Grantham grounded out 6-3 in the 2nd inning. Now back up for a 2nd consecutive frame. Couldn't connect on the fastball. 1-1 it is. Outlaws certainly saw some flat fastballs in the first inning, and then in the last couple of frames last night at Amsterdam. And the fastball from Romano definitely has a little bit more of a break on it. Just over the shoes, 2-1 to Grantham. Now our count here in the bottom of the third. Grantham with that all-white batting helmet, as it seems like we got more and more Outlaws who have the all-whites. Grantham past the diving shortstop at Thorson. He did get a glove on it to knock it down. A run's going to score. Grantham's got an RBI, and he was trying to go second, but he holds up at first. So an RBI single for Lucas Grantham is how we'll score that. Ross crosses the plate, and Harrison scampers from second to third. 5 runs have come home in the inning for the Outlaws, and it's 5-1. Albany going to send a few guys jogging down to their bullpen as everybody's been hanging out in the dugout. Nobody down there in the bullpen. As Romano's first pitch to Brody Raleigh sails outside for ball 1. Outlaws. Bullpen going to be dead here as Raleigh high ball out towards left. Feremi coming in on it, makes the play for the out. Tagging up comes Harrison. So Brody Raleigh gets an RBI, and it'll be 6-1 Oneonta.
Now batting the extra hitter, number 18.
Nothing wrong with a set fly to bring in another run. As the lead will now be 5 here in this bottom of the 6th. So you score 1, we score 6. And Armstrong now going to take this at bat from the left side facing the righty. Swing and a miss at that one. Armstrong struck out swinging in the second inning. Markin Haska making use of Armstrong's bat quite a bit. Also going to see him at first base on days where he's not in there. It's the DH and EH. Counts now 1-1 on Armstrong. Grantham on the move down to second. He'll get in there, no problem. 2-1. So another runner in scoring position here for the Outlaws as the stolen base count continuing to climb here for this team that already has the lead in the division in that department. Grantham, a big lead off second against Romano. 2-1. Armstrong, a little slow roller down the first baseline in foul ground. As he's down to his final strike, it's the 10th batter to come to the plate for the Outlaws here in the third. 2-2 count, 2 away. 6-1 Outlaws, bottom of the third in game 2 after Albany won game 1, 5-4. Right straight bat foul. Seems like we've seen lots of foul tips straight back to the screen tonight in these 2 games. Had a lot of balls that left the ballpark last night in Amsterdam as the dimensions of Shuttleworth Park certainly a lot smaller than Damaski Field. 2-2, Grantham's on the move. Armstrong with an elevator shot on the infield, second and short over there. Thorson gonna haul it in for the out. So it'll be a P6 here to end this third inning. 6 runs cross the plate for the Oneonta Outlaws in this bottom of the third. And they leave 1 on base as we go to the 4th. 6-1, your score. Back to Damaski Field for the top of the fourth. It's going to be 3-4-5 up in the Albany order as Dan Mataffy finishes his warm-up pitches ahead of his fourth inning of work. The Outlaws in game one certainly had to go to that bullpen early. Caleb Kempler only made it through 2 innings, but they got through it using just 2 arms as Martin Thorsland came out of the bullpen and looked brilliant, throwing 4 innings, surrendering just 4 hits, and the run he gave up was an earned run. And surrenders a walk and a strikeout as well. Interestingly enough, I'm not quite sure how that works, but Caleb Kempler taking the loss in game one. Thought it would have went to Thorsland as he gave up the run that crossed the plate as the winner, but hey, we do things a little bit different in the PGCBL as it's 3-4-5 for Albany here in the fourth, led by Brody Kennison, the extra hitter. Mataffy's first pitch of the fourth. Going to be sent on a bounce into right field. Rowley was showing off that long range, trying to drift over to that ball, but it's a single with no questions asked to begin the frame, and Donovan Roden up next. Roden flew out to right field back in the second inning on a 1-2. He was down at the 8th spot in this order in game one, now slides all the way up to the 4-hole. 2 for 2 in game one with a run, an RBI, and a walk. Second at bat against Mataffy. He's going to start it with a foul ball. It goes up and over our seating area on the first base side. Mataffy from the first base side. 0-1 with a little check look down to first. Home of the pitch. Is that one in the dirt, ball 1. Matt Thorson, the shortstop on deck for the Albany Baseball Club, who now trail by 5 after Oneonta threw up a sit spot in the bottom of the third.
Thank you.
Brody Kerniston with a big lead off of first. The 1-1 high at the hands for ball 2. Roden in the DH spot in game 2. He played first in game 1. It's the 2-1 from Mataffy. Drilled high in the air, right field, but nobody even took a second thought at that one as it'll go 2-2. Make sure you come join us Monday night as the Outlaws going to conclude this nice stretch of having 5 of 6 at home with a game against the Utica Blue Sox, 7 o'clock start Monday night. Then it'll start to get really busy in terms of road game for the Outlaws as we'll go to Mohawk Valley Tuesday, and then we'll be at Saugerties Wednesday. Really looking forward to that Saugerties game Wednesday as the Outlaws will look to avenge that opening night loss. Counts 3-2 now to Roden. As Mataffy going to have a payoff pitch here. Nobody out, top of the fourth, runner already at first. Roden with a sky shot to right field. Going back on his Moises, and he hauls it down for the out. This will be F9 for out number 1 here in the fourth.
Number 1, Matt Thorson.
Matt Thorson going to be up next. Talked about it his first trip to the plate, but he did not play in game 1. Guy who's really looking to get the bat going here in this Albany lineup for Rob Enslin. This Albany team certainly doesn't get a lot of reps other than game time, as this team has had no practices together. They take batting practice sometimes at Shuttleworth Park, which is the Moats home park, but that's the only extra time they get together, except during games. This team kind of flung together at the last moment so that the PGCBL could keep this division intact and not, of course, have teams have to forfeit games and have less games. 0-1 towards center field, charging over Ross, and he can't make that one. That would have been a play of the game if Ross could have hauled that one in. It should be a double here. And Ross going to charge up to his feet. They are going to give a hit on Thorson. No way you could justify giving an error on that one. Last night, any ball that tipped a glove would have been an error, but here we're a little more nice with our scoring.
Now batting the catcher.
Grantham going to walk back behind the plate after coming out, try to settle down Mataffy. It's just one away here in the fourth inning, 2 in scoring position for Albany. Ryan Carruthers, who struck out swinging his first time up, going to be up next. Struck out on a 1-2 to end the second. Is the first pitch from Mataffy, hit the knees, but called ball 1. Carruthers, another guy who did not play in game 1, but drawn into the lineup here for game 2. The 1-0, belt high strike. 1-1 it'll go. Ryan Feremi on deck for Albany. First base is the only bag open. Both teams have 5 hits, but the Outlaws with the 6-1 advantage. 1-1, slow chopper to short. Harden picks up, fires high to first, brought down in time for the out. Harrison showing off the mad hops over there at first. It'll be a 6-3 to send down Carruthers for out 2. A run does cross the plate. Is Kenniston coming in from third. Thorson advances, so we'll give Carruthers a ribby on that play. Trade the run for the out does Albany. They now down by just 4, and Ryan Feremi up at the plate. Feremi, the left fielder, is going to come back to Mataffy his first time up in the third. Going to take ball 1 to start his second at bat. Feremi with that purple batting helmet, wearing the 5 for the guys in orange, as both teams not changing things up for game 2. Outlaws stayed right in their whites, and Albany back in those orange t-shirts with the gray pants. Same uniforms we had for game 1, but we just switched sides on the scoreline side of things, as Albany was the home team for game 1, and Outlaws home team for game 2, of course, being the home squad in general tonight. 2-1 it'll be on Feremi, with 2 away and a runner at third. Cruz had an RBI double back in the third inning. Get the RBI ground out from Carruthers. It's how the 2 Albany runs have scored. 2-1. It's an up and foul ground. Curves to the left of the Outlaw bullpen. Going to land down in the batting cage area. That batting cage down there is where former Outlaw who played at Kentucky, John Rhodes, who's now in the Baltimore Orioles organization, said men are made, commenting on our post from the other day. As the 2-2 from Mataffy bounced in the dirt for ball 3. Mataffy trying to get out of this inning. He'll have another payoff pitch. Mataffy taking plenty of time here with the 3-2, 2 away, steps. Called strike 3. Had to look to the field up on that one, but a called strike 3 nonetheless. Feremi going to be sent down to end this 4th inning, and we go to the bottom half of the frame here at Tomaski Field as the Outlaws coming to bat, looking to put up some more, having a 4-run lead.
And get ready to move.
Bottom of the fourth inning here in Oneonta. It's going to be Marco Moises to lead off the inning as it'll be 8-9-10. Watches that one sail up and away for ball one against our new pitcher for this Albany Baseball Club, Alex Dietz. Alex Dietz, a righty, works from the high arm slot on the first base side of the rubber. Falls behind 2-0 on the first batter he sees. Moises started off that third inning that the Outlaws played it sits in as he tips one away foul. He singled to start his day 1 for 1. As Dietz going to take a big kick. The 2-1, Moises, slow chopper into short. Tharson charges, barehanded to first, out. That is why sometimes you wish you had replay here, even in collegiate summer leagues. That was a close play down there at first, but Moises going to take it like the true pro and great guy he is and jog back to the dugout without a word.
The designated hitter, number 3, Darren.
Keaton Mark and Josiah Aska stress to these guys that got to represent the Outlaws with pride, and each and every guy on this 2024 roster certainly does that. 1-0 the count. Darren Dangler, who singled in the third inning. He advanced Moises over to second as that one came off his bat. He doesn't like it, as if he had pulled that bat bad, probably would have been ball 2. But an even count with the empty bases and one away here in the bottom of the fourth. Albany after this one going to turn around and have their first ever home game at the U Albany on Monday as they'll play Glens Falls. Counts 2-1 on Dangler. Dietz fires this one, skips in the dirt for ball 3. Not much out there on Dietz as we were trying to find some extra info on him, but he's certainly not a men's basketball player at Moravian University as he fires that one for ball 4.
Now batting the third baseman, number 6, Owen
Burnsworth will come up next. Had an RBI single in the third inning. And now right back here at the dish for the second straight frame for Oneonta. 6-2 our score. And Dangler now on base for the second consecutive time. Dietz skips that one for ball 1. And Burnsworth gesturing to Dangler to stay put. Not even try to run. Dietz going to fire a check throw down there. Back in with a hand, though, was Burnsworth. Burnsworth waving that bat around in the box. It was a 3-1 count that he singled on his last time up. Guy who's worked 3 ball counts a couple of times already. 1-0. In high, wouldn't break through the strike zone. Ball 2. Two balls, no strikes with one away. From the first base side, Dietz pounds the upper inside corner. Dangler taking a big lead off of first, trying to test Dietz. That'll be high and tight for ball 3. So 3-1 it goes on Burnsworth. Hauls that one up on the shoulder. Dietz the delivery. Ball 4. Burnsworth going to be on base for the second consecutive time as well. And back to the top of the Oneonta order we go.
16, Tanner Hardin.
Tanner Hardin, the shortstop. 1 for 2. Already here in game 2. Had a hit in game 1 as well. His hit streak stays alive. Quick glance to Dangler at second, the delivery, as that missed the zone, ball 1. Hardin had an RBI in that third inning. Was a double, also came in to score as we get a mound trip from Carruthers. Probably not a bad decision with Dietz struggling with his off-speed pitches to get him for called strikes. 1-0 count with 1 out. Here in the bottom of inning number 4. Game 2 of the day is Albany won game 1 by a 5-4 score. Called strike on the lower outside corner. Outlaws in game 1. You got to give the player of the game nod to Hardin. 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs at the top of the Oneonta order. 1-1. Out and away low for ball 2. Every morning after each game, we post our player of the game picks as well as our plays of the game. Hardin will have the nod for you for player of the game for game 1. Quick look to second, the 2-1. In at foot level, 3-1. Jaden Ross, the center fielder, going to follow behind Hardin. The check look to second, the 3-1. Ball 4. Hardin going to fire the bat away as the bases are now full of Outlaws here in the bottom of the 4th. It's Dangler at third, Burnsworth stands at second, and now Hardin, who's at first, ahead of Jaden Ross. Ross only got to play a couple of games at the U of South Florida this year. Coming in here to Oneonta to get some regular reps this summer. Was a late add to this roster, but we're glad to have him. 0-1 the count goes on Ross. Drew a walk in the 3rd inning. First baseman, Bernard drifting in. Ross straight bat foul, 0-2. Gloss to the left fielder, waiting on deck for the Outlaws. Albany also set up second base, quite a ways in the hole. Ross, slow roller, pass short, into shallow left. 1 run's going to score, 2 are going to score, and the Outlaws lead this thing 8-2. Jaden Ross with a great single off the bat into left field, picks up a pair of RBIs here in the 4th. Hardin hangs out down there at second as it was both Dangler and Burnsworth who crossed the plate here for Oneonta. They've now scored in 2 consecutive innings, and Keaton Mark told us prior to game 1, after we talked to him post-BP, that he was going to give this team a message between the 2 games tonight. Not a guy who likes to get the team together too much, but his message for this group was going to be, you got to come out here and play another good 7 innings of baseball here in game 2. You want to head into the off day with a win no matter what happened in game 1. And obviously the Outlaws fell in game 1, so it makes it even more important as that one bounced. And an advancement for Hardin, going to get him to 3rd. It'll be a wild pitch, and now a 2-0 count on Glossa with 1 away. 2 runs have already crossed the plate here in this inning as the Outlaws have, in this game 2 in the scoring, already hit the touchdown and gotten the 2-point conversion. Glossa couldn't connect on that one. 2-1 it'll go. Colton Harrison in the cleanup spot here in game 2, playing first. He waits in the on-deck circle. On the move goes Ross as the 2-1 out to center field. Philippi trying to get underneath it. It carried for a while, but he hauls it in. Tagging from third, going to be Hardin, and it's 9-2 Outlaws. So Glossa picks up a ribby here in the 4th, and Ross still going to be down there at first with 2 away. So a 7-run lead for the Outlaws. You're in the bottom of inning number 4. Just a 7-inning game 2, just as game 1 was. Trying to get through this one ahead of our off day tomorrow. Sure, plenty of the Outlaws going to be enjoying some Tino's Pizza, maybe some golf tomorrow. As a lot of these guys love to golf and enjoy pizza on their day off. Some have said they like to fish, too, in the ponds around town. Is Harrison ahead in the count, 1-0 on Dietz. Ross on the move down to second, bounced in the dirt. Carruthers a throw, but Ross gets in there, and he's got a stolen base. Harrison now going to be ahead in the count, 2-0. Ross pulling up his sock and making sure he's all good to go down there. Harrison trying to get on base for the second straight inning after he's hit in the third. Came in to score as well, as Albany has another pitcher ready to go. The 2-0, up and away for ball 3, and Carruthers a little acrobatic move behind the plate. Dietz does have first base open, as both corner bats with no outlaw on them. Ross at second, called strike up and away. Harrison did strike out in the second inning as he's come to the plate in 3 consecutive frames here for Oneonta. Sit spot in the bottom of the third and 3 already here in the fourth. Ross a big lead off second, 3-1. Harrison whiffed at that one. So the count goes full as Dietz trying to get out of this inning, giving up just 3. Pitch sign in the delivery, bounced in the dirt, and Harrison's drawn the walk.
Now batting the catcher, number 50, Lucas Grantham.
Lucas Grantham going to walk to the plate next. We got Rob Inslum coming out of the dugout to talk to Rob Dietz. We'll see if this draws a pitching change. Inslum going to salute his guy. Looks like for the moment he's staying in. We're going to cue up the elevator music here at Damaski Field, which is solid call. Nothing wrong with a little elevator music. Try to throw Albany off their game in this fourth frame. It's first and second for the Outlaws as Jaden Ross singled what seems like quite a bit of time ago now. Stole second. And we had Colton Harrison just draw a walk with a fly out for Ethan Glossa to drive in Tanner Harden sandwiched in between there. So 9-2 score for the Outlaws. They've played at 9 on just 6 hits thus far. Albany has 5 hits and they've scored 2. ABC also with an error in the field as Grantham fouled that one straight up. Caught off the top of the netting behind home. Grantham down in the count, 0-1. And this Albany team, like we said, going to get their first ever home game on Monday at 4:30 as that one skips in the dirt and the Outlaws complete the double steal. Ross and Harrison were both running as soon as that ball left Dietz's hand, and so 2 Outlaws in scoring position with 2 away, and now a 1-1 count on Grantham. Dietz from the stretch, the 1-1. Upstairs and away, ball 2. Grantham set his helmet back. Ross, a big dance off third. Grantham, a skyrocket out towards shallow center. Going back on his Thorsten Philippe coming in, but Thorsten able to crank it in his glove for the out. So it'll be a P6 to end this bottom half of the fourth inning. The Outlaws plate 3 more, and we go to the top of the fifth here at Damaski. 9-2, Outlaws on top. Outlaws with heavy bullpen action at the moment, but Dan Mataffy is going to start this fifth inning. 9-2 our scores. We go to 8, 9, 10 in this Albany order.
Number 38, David Bernard.
David Bernard doubled in his first trip to the plate in the third inning, came around to score on the RBI from Matt Cruz. He's a big boy in the box for Albany. Last half inning, we were touching on it, but 4:30 on Monday will be their first ever home game at Albany. It'll be a 4:30 start against Glens Falls before this team turns around, plays 3 more on the road. As they'll be at Amsterdam on Tuesday, place where this Outlaws team just was last night, and we'll be back at next Saturday. Then they'll go to Boonville for a doubleheader, where they'll be the visiting team for both games on Thursday. Strike right down the gut. So the count will go 0-2 on Bernard, starting off this fifth inning. Mataffy, the kick and the delivery. Bernard going to lay off as it goes to 1-2. Bernard looked like he wanted to take a cut at that one. Didn't pull the bat around. 9 and 10 up to follow him in the orders. That's going to miss the zone, low and away, ball 2. Outlaws' momentum was certainly riding high off that win at Amsterdam last night. It hit the 1-run loss in game 1. Now out here in game 2, they're certainly putting on a display. Dan Mataffy's pitch count starting to climb up there. We're just a good pitch away from having 1 out here in this fifth inning. Bernard was a first pitch swinger his first time up in the third. Certainly a bit different this go around as he shoots one back diagonal from the plate foul. And pitch number 7 of the at bat coming up. Aiden Zakarowicz is the guy who's in the on deck circle, helped out Oneonta with retrieving that foul tip. 2-2. Sent up in foul ground, first base side. So Bernard is now fouled away 4 in a row. And he'll step out to take a moment to regather himself. Dan Mataffy, who's sat through 2 long half innings in the dugout, 2-2, tip back once more. Six foul balls from Bernard in a row now. He comes setting the box even keel. 2-2 from Mataffy. Bit in there for ball 3. So 3 balls, 2 strikes it goes on David Bernard. Mataffy ready. The delivery, ball 4. Bernard working for a deep at bat. And ultimately, the 10-pitch walk. So certainly a long at-bat that time for David Bernard, the longest at-bat we've seen all day here at Damaski. We started game 1 right at 5 o'clock, and so we've been playing ball and involved in baseball activities for 4+ hours now. We've creeped past 9. Powered in there by Mataffy, ball 1. Zakarowicz popped out to second back in the third. It's the 1-0. Up and away, ball 2. So second and third are open here for Mataffy. We're starting to see some stretching going on down in the Outlaw bullpen once again. Keaton Mark out in front of the dugout as Mataffy deals a strike. Keaton had walked down to the corner to the Outlaw bullpen, was talking to his guys down there. Not too many guys for Oneonta hanging out down there right now, despite having plenty of arms available here for this Saturday doubleheader. That'll go for ball 3 as Zakarowicz was able to lay off, had off speed on the lower outside corner. Taffy one bad pitch away from issuing back-to-back walks. As the 3-1, belted up foul, goes straight back, gets to the parking lot. Taffy's worked himself into another full count. Taffy's 3-2. Off the end of the bat, Mataffy couldn't field it hard and it's short. The throw was late, so it'll be first and second. Give a hit to Aiden Zakarowicz on that one.
Now batting the second
As he starts 1 for 2 here in game 2. Matt Cruz will come up now. He had a hard hit ball his first time up. Keaton Mark going to take the ball from Dan Mataffy, and we're going to get a call to the Outlaw bullpen. So Mataffy is going to make it through just 4+, just as he did against Watertown the other day, and the Outlaws going to have a new pitcher on the bump when we come back. Back to Oneonta as we've got ourselves a 9-2 score in favor of the Outlaws. New pitcher out of the Outlaw bullpen is Evan Staroba as the first pitch sails in for ball 1 to Matt Cruz. Keaton Mark had seen enough of Dan Mataffy for today, and just as he last 4+ against the Rapids on Tuesday, he last 4+ against Albany in this one. But a much better line if, of course, these 2 runs do not cross the plate. He had 11 hits against Watertown, finishes the job today with just 6 against Albany. 2-0 is now the count on Cruz. Staroba 6-2, 200 from nearby Jefferson. Is that one low for ball 3? Staroba has a summer ERA of 3.37 entering this one. Has not pitched since Tuesday, when on Watertown's day he allowed 2 hits, a run to score, walked 1, and struck out 3 in an inning, facing 6 Rapids. 3-0 pitch, and high at the hand for ball 4, and so now the bases will be loaded here in this 5th inning.
Now batting.
Not an ideal situation for Evan Staroba now to have the bases loaded and nobody out. Oneonta will get another guy up and throwing.
Number 11, Kyle Brown.
We're going to get a pinch hitter here for Albany. Is Kyle Brown. The sophomore from Felician going to step into the box. Base is loaded, nobody out. And he'll take a first pitch strike from Staroba. So Staroba throws 4 balls in a row, and then he fires one where it matters, picking up the strike. Brown 0 for 2 with a strikeout in game 1 of the doubleheader earlier. Been sitting for a little while as the 0-1 called strike. Staroba going to jump ahead 0-2 here on Kyle Brown. Brown weaving that bat around in the batter's box. In a bit high, but called strike 3. Got a delayed third strike call, but Slattery sent back walking to the dugout. And Staroba gets a big time call on that one. Luke Philippi 0 for 2 in the game so far. Huge swing, couldn't connect on Staroba's fastball. Bases are still loaded for Albany. Staroba working in a big time situation. Breaks a pitch right down Main for strike 2. Staroba trying to finish off this inning. Maybe come out for another one, we'll see. Is the 0-2, tip straight back foul. Staroba went to the fastball, and Philippi just coming around late on that one. We'll see if Kyle Brown, who filled in for Joey Slattery at the top of the order, stays in the ball game to play right where Slattery was. Staroba, yet another 0-2. Tip bat, straight foul again. So the 5th pitch coming up to Luke Philippi, center fielder for this Albany Baseball Club. The only situation these two teams would meet up again here in 2024 is if these two find themselves meeting in the Eastern Division of the playoff bracket. It's just 2 meetings between the two this year, both of which come today in this doubleheader. 0-2, another tip bat foul. So Staroba throwing gas here out of the Outlaw bullpen. And Albany having a hard time putting it in play, but Staroba just can't seem to get that third strike at the moment. Staroba from the first base side ahead 0-2. Delivers with a slow roller up the first baseline. Harrison is the tag laid on by Staroba. A run crosses the plate. It's 9-3, but there's 2 away in the inning. So it'll be an RBI for Philippi at this 2 spot in the order as Bernard crosses the plate. Zakarowicz gets over to third. Matt Cruz is going to be at second. And Brody Keniston going to come to the plate. Staroba trying to get out of this inning, surrendering just 1. Keniston sits 2, 195. And in his 2nd consecutive game, his game 1 was his Outlaw debut. Bounced in the dirt, Grantham didn't know where this one was, but luckily it took a bounce into third base foul territory. Very lucky hop off Grantham that time, or another run would have scored. Plate umpire is going to dust our plate off with the count 1-0 on Brody Keniston here in this 5th inning. Both these two teams going to have the off day tomorrow. Albany hosts Glens Falls Monday, 4:30 at U Albany, and the Outlaws going to host Utica at 7 o'clock here Monday night. It'll be 2 nights in a row on the road for the Outlaws before Thursday. The Amsterdam Mohawks going to be in here. 1-0, low and away outside ball 2. So after we get through Monday, Tuesday will start a stretch for the Outlaws of playing 5 of 6 away from home after they conclude the stretch of playing 5 of 6 at home. Starobas 2-0. Drilled up high on the infield. Grantham throws the mask off, coming over on it. Underneath it for the out. Grantham with a beautiful catch to end this top half of the 5th inning, and Strand 2 on base here for Albany. That's a play of the game candidate right there. Lucas Grantham leaves it a 9-3 score as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Welcome back to Damaski Field. Bottom of the 5th inning between Albany and the Outlaws, and Oneonta a 9-3 lead as Brody Rowley, Chase Armstrong, Marco Moises do up this inning in the first pitch. Airmailed to the backstop, 1-0. We got a new pitcher out there for Albany. It's Jan Avila who's filling in, trying to play some mop-up duty for this team. An infielder by trade, fires that one low and away outside ball 2. This team down by 6 and certainly having a shortage of arms, and they've blown through quite a few here in this doubleheader at Damaski. 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss, as Raleigh couldn't connect on that one. Available at the dish so far this season, 5 for 15, good for a .333. Has an RBI, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, but this is his first pitching appearance of the summer. Another pitch swing from Raleigh, as it'll be evened up at 2-2. They have listed on their roster that he represents Rutgers, but he started his career at Amarillo College down in Texas, as Raleigh going to be sent down on the tip 3rd strike. He posted a .376 batting average in his first season as a Badger down there in Texas. In 178 at-bats, also showcased power, 17 extra base hits, and had 12 doubles. Had an all-conference honor, and joins his dad as the second member of his family to play D1 baseball, as he played for Georgia Southern back in the day. Armstrong going to jump ahead in the count, 1-0. Shoots this one towards first. Tip ball. Play to first in time. It'll be 4-1. Fluky out, but an out nonetheless for this Albany defense. Is Avila trying to make quick work of the Outlaws here in the 5th. Moises will come up next. Left foot close to the home plate bag. Right foot's back as that one sails to the bat stop yet again. 1-0 on Moises it'll go. Taking another look at the PGCBL out-of-town scoreboard. Top of the 10th in Jamestown. 5-5 game between the Americans and Tarpscons as the 1-0 bounces in the dirt in front of Moises. A few feet shy of getting to the plate. Mohawk Valley 7-1 lead on, or 7-1 final on Watertown, up there in Diamond Dog Land. Only a 2:32 game, I'm jealous. 5-2, Newark takes down Elmira out at Dunfield. Amsterdam and Boonville, of course, was postponed. Saugerties stays undefeated with a 1-run victory up at Utica 5-4. Bottom of the 8th at Auburn, 7-2 Doubledays lead as Moises going to be ahead 3-0. And then, of course, here are scoring 9-3 in the top of the 5th after our Game 1 5-4 Albany final. Strike to Moises, who thought he had the walk. Counts 3-1 with 2 away here in this bottom of the 5th. Moises lays off this one. It's a called strike, 3-2. Avila's 3-2, bounced in the dirt. As Moises going to get the walk. Darren Dangler now up to the plate with a man on base. Dangler's come to the plate both times already with a man on base. And down here on the 9th spot, certainly a nice thing to see for the Outlaws, getting guys ahead. You're 9 and 10 on base. Dangler a single in the 3rd and a walk in the 4th. And now back up here at the dish for the 3rd consecutive inning for Keaton Mark and Josiah Aska. Dangler has that one come by up and away. Dangler, a 3-sport athlete in high school, played soccer and basketball on top of baseball, but baseball, of course, his favorite. Committed to go to Sage in the fall. Takes a called strike as it's 1-1. Dangler with this one up on the shoulder as the 1-1. Dipped up and out of the ballpark, foul, 1-2. And now Avila 1 pitch away yet again from getting out of this inning. Avila lays off this one as the count goes to 2-2. Quick throw down a second in time for the out. Moises going to be on the run to get down there to second, and it's going to be a 2-4 caught stealing as we go to the 6th inning here in Oneonta. It is a 9-3 Outlaws lead. Back here, Stuart Damaski Field, top of the sixth inning, and Evan Staroba going to remain in the ball game as he gives the first pitch to Roden, right back to it, ball 2. Roden 0 for 2 in the ball game thus far with a pair of flyouts to right field. Staroba's delivery home, laying off this one, it's ball 3. Staroba started the last inning coming out of the pen with 4 consecutive balls, hoping to avoid that and find a strike here, trailing in the count 3-0. High above the shoes, it's ball 4. So the 5th inning starts the same way the 6th does for Evan Staroba, and Matt Thorson going to come up. The Outlaws going to shift Brody Raleigh over closer to that second base bag. He was playing kind of more back even between second and third, close to the grass. Thorson holds his hands high as he takes ball 1. Thorson 1 for 2 on the day so far as he lined out to short in the second, hit a double in the 4th. The 1-0 bolted on the infield. Just past the second base bag, Raleigh gives way to Harden for the out.
Now batting the catcher, number 27, Ryan Carruthers.
That'll be P6 for the first out of the 6th, and up's going to come Ryan Carruthers, who's 0 for 2 with an RBI. Carruthers struck out swinging in the second inning, grounded out 6-3 in the 4th, and the 4th inning was where he picked up that RBI. Runner down there first to Staroba, a low and away outside ball 1. Ryan Feremi going to be up to follow Carruthers. Unless, of course, the Outlaws can get 2 outs. Bang, bang here. Up high at the hands, ball 2. Staroba struggling to locate here in the second inning. Staroba flaring that bat around. Ahead in the count, 2-0. There's another high shot on the infield. Drifting over and foul ground. Burnsworth can't come up with that one. Had Harden, who came over quite a ways as well, but it fell in as it'll be 2-1 with 1 down. Carruthers with a big red end to his bat. Has a brown handle and a big red end from about 3/4 of the way up to the top. From the first base side, the 2-1 on the move is Roden. Throw down, bat high. Is Roden going to get the stolen base? Would have been a great throw if it hadn't been too high. Raleigh forced to leave his feet to bring that one down. Three balls, 1 strike. Staroba up high and in for ball 4. So it'll be first and second here for Albany in the 6th inning with 1 away. And it'll be Ryan Feremi who comes up now. Feremi 0 for 2 in the ball game as Staroba and Grantham having a meeting between the two. And in Stanley Cup Final Game 1, a 2-0 lead for the Florida Panthers with 13:30 to go in the second period, which we love to see. I don't know about you, but my pick in that series was Florida in 6, and the Panthers definitely off to a good start. A goal in the first from Verhage and a goal in the second from Rodriguez. Florida's gotten off to a slow start in Game 1s throughout the playoffs, but getting off to a good start against the Oilers here in the Stanley Cup Final. Skips into right field. Cruising in to score comes Roden, and it's a 9-4 game here in Oneonta. Be an RBI for Feremi. Carruthers holds up at second, so it's first and second with still just 1 out and a run home in the inning. Staroba comes off the rubber, and now he'll come back set. Seven to 6 are the hits in favor of Albany after that one. Check looked down to second, home with the pitch. Skied out to right. This one going to be left out there in no man's land for the first strike on Bernard. Bernard has reached base twice. He doubled and came around to score in the third. Walked and came in to score in the fifth, so he has a pair of runs scored here in his Albany debut. Staroba, third base, the only bag open, the 0-1. Put past the third base bag in foul territory, 0-2. So Staroba certainly looking like he's facing some adversity here in his second inning of work tonight. I doubt Staroba, if he's able to finish this inning, would come back for the seventh, so we'll see who the Outlaws would bring out in that case. Have a pick in mind who I'm sure the Outlaws would probably go to, but we'll see if it holds true. Swing and a miss. Staroba went to the high speed right down the gut.
Now batting the third baseman, number 2.
Aiden Zakarowicz going to step up next. Zakarowicz 1 for 2 as he popped out to second in the third. Singled in the fifth, sends a slow roller back to Staroba, fires it to first, as it'll be 1-3 to retire Zakarowicz. And we are going to go to the bottom of the sixth here in Oneonta. Albany adds another, but the bottom half of the inning coming up, 9-4 Outlaws, your score. Doubleheader game 2 rolls on. We turn things to the bottom half of the sixth back here on Outlaws YouTube. We once again remind you, if you haven't subscribed, make sure you do today at Oneonta Outlaws PGCBL here on YouTube for all our games, home and road, with the exception of when we travel to Mohawk Valley and Utica, as those pay-per-view streams for the Diamond Dogs and Blue Sox. 1-0 the count on Darren Dangler here leading things off. Got a new pitcher on the hill for Albany. Is this one sent on a swivel out to right? Dangler gets his second hit of the game. And Burnsworth will come up next. Burnsworth singled in the third, picking up an RBI. He walked in the fourth and has 2 runs scored. Down in this 10 spot in the order, Burnsworth looking to do some damage. He shoots that one right to Bernard. Quick turn to second. Cruz trying to come back with it. Not going to be in time. As Cruz down full body over there.
Runner's interference.
And they call runner's interference on Owen Burnsworth.
Now batting, the shortstop, number 16.
So that's
Hardin.
certainly not what you wanted to see if you're the Outlaws. Dangler retired 3-4 down there at second base. Runner's interference on Owen Burnsworth. Into the top of the order, it's Tanner Hardin. Brooks Carter, 5'11", 192. Just wrapped up his freshman year at Abilene Christian. Is that one in there for ball 2? Carter, a catcher by trade, but pulling in some pitching duties here late in this game for Albany as they trail by 5. Up and away, that goes for ball 3. Hardin has that one sail by, rolling all the way to the bat stop for ball 4.
Now batting,
So he reaches base
number 12, Jaden Ross.
as we go to Jaden Ross. Jaden Ross has reached base in 2 of 3 plate trips tonight. Grounded out 1-3 back in the first. Watton came in to score in the third. Also singled in the fourth as they were trying to get Hardin down there at first and can't. Ross had 2 RBIs in the 4th inning. Also had a pair of stolen bases on that trip around. As the count's going to go 1-0 on him. Ethan Glossa will be up next for the Outlaws if they need him here in the bottom of the 6th. As the 1-0, called strike on the upper outside corner. 1-1 it'll go. Big lead over there for Hardin as he gets back in. 2 away here in this bottom of the 6th for the Outlaws. Darren Dangler retired on a 3-4. Then we got Burnsworth on a runner interference as that falls in for Ross.
Now batting,
Ross gets his second hit of the game as Hardin advances to second. First and second with 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th for the Outlaws. Ross just came around on that belt-high fastball and drilled it into shallow right. Gloss up next, 0 for 3 with an RBI in the game on a sac fly. Towards third on a 1-hop, Zakarowicz to Bernard for the 5-3 put away to retire Glossa. The Outlaws are going to strand a pair on base, and they register 2 hits in the inning, but it's not enough. Top of the 7th coming up next, as this could be the final 3 outs of our doubleheader. 9-4, the Outlaws have the lead. The Outlaws are hoping that Dan Bello can shut the door here in this 9th inning as they turn things over to one more arm. Bello will make his first appearance of the summer for the Oneonta Outlaws in this doubleheader with his team up by 5 here in the 7th inning. Hoping they can get out of this one with a victory heading into the off day tomorrow and move to 5-2. Matt Cruz going to lead off here in the 7th inning. Is Bello going to kick and deliver? Ball 1 it'll be. Cruz has reached base twice in this game as he's doubled with an RBI and also has walked. 1-0 pitch from Bello. Low and sprays up some dust, 2-0. After Cruz, we'll turn things back over to the top of the order in Brown and Philippi. As the Outlaws bullpen officially has gone quiet with Bello in here for this 7th. 2-0, caught off the end of the bat, 2-1. It's like Grantham caught with the bat on that one. Everybody making sure he's all right. His home plate umpire coming out and having a conversation here with Bello as well. Grantham certainly in a little bit of discomfort here in this top of the 7th. But Cruz will settle back in the box just the same. Bello's 2-1, swing and a miss. He goes to the fastball for the first time to even the count back up at 2 apiece. Bello hoping he can mow him down 1-2-3 for New College. The 2-2. Called strike 3 on the upper outside corner. So college coaches, if you're watching this one and you're looking for a new pitcher, take a look at Dan Bello. Is Kyle Brown going to step in next? Brown came in relief of Joey Slattery, who started the game 1 for 2 before being pulled in the 5th. Brown 0 for 1 with a looking K his first time up, and this will brush him back as the count goes 1-0. Luke Philippi is on deck to follow Kyle Brown here for Albany in this top half of the 7th. Bello looking for 2 more outs. Is that one a bit low? Ball 2. Both teams off tomorrow after this doubleheader. Both coaches certainly going to breathe a sigh of relief as their pitching staff's going to have a chance to regroup. Albany especially is in at the knees for a strike. Albany has had to use infielders by trade these last 2 innings to get themselves through this doubleheader on the road here at Damaski. Is Bello now with the 2-1. Low for ball 3. Bello getting swings and misses at his fastball, but throwing some off-speed pitches here as he sets up for the 3-1. Ball 4. Just missed the plate on that one. It looked good from our angle.
Now batting the center fielder, number 12, Luke Philippi.
Luke Philippi will walk up with a runner on base. The Outlaws will turn things to double play defense with Tanner Harden and Brody Raleigh up the middle. Outlaws certainly have some of the best gloves on the infield amongst the PGCBL's Eastern Division. As the first pitch skied in the air out towards right field, drifting back goes Glosse in the corner, hauls it down for the out. Tagging up from first to second goes Kyle Brown. But Albany is down to their final out.
Number 20, Brody Keniston.
Brody Keniston going to come to the plate as the Outlaws hoping that they can split this doubleheader with the Albany Baseball Club. Keniston 1 for 3 in the ball game as he grounded out 1-3 back in the first, singled and came around to score in the 4th, and then popped out to Grantham, who made a heck of a play to end that top of the 5th. Runner down at second, 2 away, top 7. First pitch going to be a bit tight, ball 1. Keniston hasn't taken more than 3 pitches in any at bat so far tonight. He's a big swinger, which was the scouting report we got on him from Perfect Game as well. Quick look to second, the 1-0. Bouncer and foul ground as it's 1-1. Keniston going to strut back to the batter's box with the count now even here in the 7th. Outlaws have plated 9 on 8 hits. Albany's plated 4 on 7 hits here in Game 2 after the Albany Baseball Club won Game 1 by a 5-4 score. Outlaws trailed 4-0 in that one, rallied back to tie before Albany got one in the bottom of the 6th that ultimately gave them the victory. Now Oneonta looking for win number 5 and a doubleheader split as he lays off the 1-1. Bello just barely missing the plate as the count 2-1. Quick little let's-see to second. Brown with a huge lead as the 2-1. Drilled in the shallow left field, falls in for a hit. Brown going to turn third. He's heading for a home. And it's going to be a 4-run game here in the 7th. Keniston gets a ribby as Brown crosses the plate.
Number 33, Donovan Roden.
Donovan Roden going to come up next. 0 for 2 with a walk in this ball game. Flew out to right field in the 2nd and 4th. Hello, Marco Musis out there. And a walk in the 6th inning, which he came in to score, also stealing a base in the process. First pitch from Bello. Shot right in the foul ground on the 3rd baseline. Marco Musis has had a handful of balls come his way out in the big Damaski right field corner in this game, too. It was Hopko out there for Game 1 as the count 0-1 here quickly, and Keaton Mark delivering some new baseballs to our own plate umpire. So Bello with the count 0-1. As Roden set back in the box. Came in high at his head as that's ball 1. And Albany directing some words Bello's way after that one. It's like a pitch that just got out of his hand and broke a little bit too high. Down at first is Keniston as the 1-1. And at the chest for ball 2. These Outlaw pitchers in the final inning and trying to secure wins always seem to rack up quite a few pitches. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Bello. Tipped right back towards the Oneonta dugout foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and now Albany down to their final strike here in Game 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and Albany has scored in 5 consecutive innings. 8-8 are the hits on the board. 2-2, a little check look down to first. Bello home with the 2-2. And he's not going to get the strike 3 call. Would have been some drama to get a delayed 3rd strike call there. But nonetheless, it'll be a payoff pitch. 3-2 as Bello set once again, delivers. And a called strike 3. It's late, but the Outlaws is going to win Game 5. 9-5, the final score here in Game 2 as the Outlaws wrap this one up. We said a delayed 3rd strike call would certainly be some drama, and we all sat here with our breaths held. And then finally, the signal was made as Rodens retired to end this one, and the Outlaws 9-5 victors in this game against the Albany Baseball Club. In Game 2, we're going to step aside for a quick break here, and then we'll come back and wrap things up for the night. Five different players register an RBI for Albany in Game 2, but the Outlaws get the better end of things as there are 9-5 victors in Game 2 and move to 5-2 here in 2024. Player of the game for Game 2 going to go to Jaden Ross as he has a pair of RBIs, finishes the day 2 for 3. Walked and scores a run as well, so we'll give him that nod. And our player of the game post tomorrow for Game 2. Next game up for the Albany Baseball Club going to be Monday as they'll be home against Glens Falls for their first game at UAlbany, 4:30 start. The Outlaws going to be back at home here on Monday against the Utica Blue Sox, 7 o'clock game. So we'll see you back here at Damaski on Monday. The Outlaws with the doubleheader split against Albany as they secure the win here in Game 2, 9-5. Enjoy your off day tomorrow.